Good evening. The 12th meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. Councillor Pena is running late, but is expected to be here. All other councillors are present this evening via Zoom. We'll get started with the Pledge of Allegiance in English, led by Councillor Vice President Lewis, and in Spanish by Councillor Sanchez.
You join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, councillors. As was noted in a press conference from our office last week, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting live through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast channel 16, GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on the live stream, thank you for joining us. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We are moving right along to a presentation. We have a presentation this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me, from the administration regarding homelessness and encampments. So we will ask the folks in the administration conference rooms to introduce themselves and take it on.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Can you all hear me? Thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. Today, per your request, Mr. President, we have several departments that are assembled here in our conference room, really to do several things. One is to present some information related to where we are on the issue of homelessness and encampments in particular. Also to answer some questions that members of the public have sent either to you all or to us related to information about what the city can and can't do vis-a-vis this important issue that's affecting all aspects of our community. With that being said, Mr. President, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, who is going to be Family and Community Services. Ms. Pierce and her staff are going to go over their portion of the program related to homelessness and what FCS is doing. So I will now turn it over to Carol.
Great. Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Councilor Benton and councilors. We've got 4 topics that Family and Community will cover tonight that you all have asked, or the public, about available beds. The West Side Emergency Housing Center, Councilor Grapp, you had submitted some specific questions that we'll include in our presentation about our gateway over at the Gibson Health Hub and about safe outdoor spaces. Next slide, please. Whenever Family and Community speaks about homelessness, we really must do it in the context of our framework that includes many components, including coordinated entry, prevention, housing. But tonight I'm focusing on the 3 circled ones, the emergency shelter and how important that is to a response framework, how we mitigate the impact, and our outreach services. So first, how many emergency beds do we have? I know council had asked us that question. This is the next slide, please. Thank you. So we have 9 emergency sites right now, and they're listed there. I will note that we've got Family Promise there. It's a little grayed out there, the 4th one listed. And it's more of a program where families are there. I know we're looking to expand that, but that's really not considered emergency shelter, but I know we've had questions about that. I know we've had questions about, does this include all of our faith-based emergency overnight shelters? And yes, it does. We've got Joy Junction on there, as well as looking for Brothers of the Good Shepherd, or we call it Good Shepherd Center. So staff did a call on June 20th to find out that day how many open beds there were available. And there were a total of 369 beds available across the system. I know we've been asked many times, why can't the city just take homeless individuals or campers to one of these shelters? And the city can't legally force anyone to go to a shelter. And even if we could, we don't have enough beds to accommodate all the people that are unhoused in our community, whether that be at Coronado or any place in our community. Next slide, please. I want to dive in a little bit on our West Side Emergency Housing Center. So out there, and we do this is a city facility. It is the old Bernalillo County Jail, located 20 miles outside of town near the Double Eagle Airport. And we offer a variety of services, and we do that through our partners. Right now, we do have a contract, a social service contract with Heading Home, which is really the boots on the ground out there to provide the services. We have our services listed up there at the top, everything from housing case management. We have computers to help people with resume building. We're very proud, and I know you've heard me say this many a time, that the city's very proud about the safety network that we've maintained during the COVID-19 pandemic. And to this day, we have isolation for both men and women. And I'll turn to our Deputy Olvine. I think as of yesterday, we had roughly
12 men and 5 women isolated at the West Side Shelter.
And so that varies. Our whole plan is to keep those open as we continue all to navigate COVID. I will also say we continue to screen people as they arrive on the bus. We continue to do on-site COVID testing. We also, early on in this administration, we did some remodeling to have a clinic based out at the WEC, and we found that it really helped with helping address some anxiety that people might have in the evenings. And we do that through partnership with many like UNM, Healthcare for the Homeless, are some of the providers, and First Nations has been out there. Always grateful for our faith-based community support, and they are operating a donation room and helping provide other services such as a Bible study, Narcotics Anonymous, and Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the questions that has come up, and we included our pickup and drop-off schedule, and it's there to the right on the screen. We're really proud that in this administration, we've really expanded the available pickups and drop-offs. You can see them listed there. And this includes not only here in the downtown corridor, but also up in the Heights or along Central, with God's Warehouse being one of our key partners, as well as First Nations. Coronado Park, for the last 2 administrations, has been the site for people to get picked up and dropped off to access the bus that the city provides to get out to the west side. One of the other questions that was asked, does the west side offer meals? Yes, we do. We are providing 3 meals a day and snacks. We have altered that over time now with more people being able to come back in town and more services opened up. We alter our lunch count because there are some people that aren't able to come in. And so we really have kind of a rolling count, but 3 meals are available per day, as are snacks too. Per the fire marshal, we have capacity for 450 people. I do want to note this is not during COVID times. We're not having the distances that were required during COVID. This is when we're to full capacity. We're very proud that as of March 15th, 2020, we became a year-round facility. Before that, our shelter was known as a winter shelter because it was only open during the coldest times of the year, and that was November to March. And our department, with the support of the administration, opened that year-round, including weekends, evenings, to really have a transformative experience for our community. Good question that Councillor Grout asked, why is the facility not used more? It's a great question. It is 20 miles outside of town. You have to get a bus to get there. And I will say we do provide transportation. If people do need to come back into town for an appointment, that is available. But while we do have some services on site, many services are back here in town. It is an old jail, and we've done our best to paint the walls to make it as friendly as possible. It is an old jail. Some people came from that site to begin with, and so they're re-traumatized. I know I personally, when I see somebody on the streets, I ask them, do you know about the West Side? Sometimes I'll hear yes, and they because of behavioral health issues or because of the dorm setting are choosing not to go there. So there are many reasons why this facility may not be used as much as we would hope. Next slide, please. So part of our framework is always mitigating the impact in our community for people who are unhoused. And there's two ways that we really do that. It's through outreach, and we're mitigating the impact through what our Homeless Coordinating Council is talking about. That's with UNM and the county, having good conversations there, as well as a Homeless Advisory Committee that was started by the mayor. We have neighborhood representatives there, service providers, where we also talk about some of the strategies that need to be implemented. Good neighbor agreements. We do have one in place with related to Hope Village, and we are working on a second one as it relates to the gateway. And then I think our public safety districts, which we have Nob Hill downtown, and we are revving up our engines to implement one related to Gibson. And we think those are all ways that we're mitigating the impact of homelessness. Always want to talk about outreach, really important. We have an outreach team with 5 outreach encampment members, and Albuquerque Community Safety has done so much to really enhance our responsiveness as a city. We have nonprofit organizations that we communicate with and also contract with that are listed there that do really important outreach. One of the recommendations that came out of the Homeless Coordinating Council when we looked at high impact strategies to implement was an outreach coordinator position to really work with all of our folks doing outreach. That position has been established. It is through a contract, and that's being done through First Nations. And next slide, please. So we have an encampment policy, and I just wanted to prioritize that this is what we use in our responsiveness, our priorities for responsiveness. So priority 1 is for immediate removal, and that's when somebody is in immediate harm's way. And you can see what we detailed there. If you're in a public park where children's programming occurs, I might cite Wells Park. It's right next to our Wells Park Community Center. We do children's programming there all the time. B relates to the same thing. If you're adjacent to a community center, senior center, multi-gen, or early childhood development center, that's a priority 1. Those encampments must be removed. Same if you are on a median on a roadway or obstructing a street, sidewalk, bus stop. You can see all of them listed there. We're really worried people are in harm's way themselves, or they're putting a vehicle or somebody else into harm's way, which we don't want. Footbridge over a roadway is a priority 1. And also, if the police have observed possession of narcotics or other activity that relates to a felony, that is a priority 1. Now, priority 2. And all this is distinguished as we get calls for encampments are lesser priority, underpass under a roadway, if there's more than 5 encampment residents or structures, and this assumes that they didn't fall in any of those priority 1, human waste or significant quantities of hypodermic needles. And then priority 3 are all. We do in our encampment policy talk about that our team posts notice, and they have 72 hours minimum after that date to remove the encampment. I'm referring to priority 2 and 3 here. And we do that because we do need to give people notice. They have possessions, they have belongings, they have important papers, they have driver's licenses, et cetera, that we do need to give them notice so their possessions can be removed. Sometimes people are in those encampments on a priority 2 and 3, and sometimes not. Next slide, please. I know some of you have seen this slide before, but I think it's important to highlight again. This relates to our Gibson Health Hub. So again, our Gibson Health Hub is the entire facility, all 572,000 square feet on 20 acres over on Gibson and San Mateo. And as you can see from the top strip there, starting with the turquoise, 17% of that entire Gibson Health Hub are the current tenants, and there are 7 of them, which includes 3 accredited hospitals, and they're providing behavioral health services, mental health services, and more. When there's 59% of opportunity space where we're meeting with people to bring their services to this, because we do see the entire facility, we want it to remain that beacon of healing and hope for the community as it has been for the last 50+ years. To the far right there where you see the lime green, where we talk about 17% and 7%. So when our phase 1 and phase 2 are completed for the gateway, and that includes the gateway, which is our overnight emergency shelter, the engagement center, and our 24/7 first responder drop-off, as well as medical sobering and medical respite and trauma recovery, which is operational today, that will occupy 24%. And that's where we detailed that on this slide. I just think it's so important. There's lots happening at Gibson, the facility today, serving people in our community. And this then highlights what we're planning with the Gateway Center and what it accompanies with it. Next slide, please. I do want to also add that on Gateway, I think a question had been asked about why wasn't funding for the Gateway Center supposed to solve problems like encampments in Coronado Park. I do want to say, and it's why I started with the framework, that overnight shelter and the Gateway is part of our overall homeless strategy. And that strategy has to include many options, temporary and long-term options for shelter. It's not the one magic solution. It is accompanied by many other critical components we have in our framework. But the bottom line is, we know when this decision was made that we need emergency shelters in our community, and we need them not just 20 miles outside of town in an older jail-like facility. So we need the space, and I just do want to emphasize that we're very excited that these services that we're providing, not only the overnight shelter space, but the first responder drop-off for really low acuity people will be very important for APD, AFR, ACS to get people connected to services. And we're also very excited about medical respite, the study that was done about 3 years ago that really talked about how we've got to have a place for unhoused people who don't have a home to recuperate, that we can provide that service. And then we're also very excited about medical respite or medical sobering as well. And I'll just say thank you. Also, I know the county last night at their commission meeting passed some of our funding for that, because they see in our collaboration what a difference that's going to make in our community. So now we're on to safe outdoor spaces. I do want to say that safe outdoor spaces is one tool that we believe can be helpful to address homelessness. And the mayor has supported FCS on having all the tools in our tool belt that we need to help our unhoused neighbors. Safe outdoor spaces, and it's why we had our Denver speaker come about a month or two ago to talk about how this has been a proven strategy in Denver and it's been successful. I just want to highlight what I think some of the key takeaways are on safe outdoor spaces. You do need a referral process for entry. It's not just a come and go. There are rules and regulations. They are managed. This pictures that we that we selected to put up there, those are from Denver, and it just shows their matching tents that are often used, so everybody has exactly what they need. I know we've been asked, well, is Coronado Park what we envision for a safe outdoor space? The answer is absolutely not. Is Coronado Park a safe outdoor space? Absolutely not. So Coronado Park is the outcome of 2 administrations and our efforts to minimize the impact on surrounding neighborhoods and continuing to use it as a pickup and drop off spot to get folks back and forth to the west side. I know we've also been asked when it relates to Coronado Park about do we just keep moving campers in and out? Well, we do move campers out every 2 weeks to help keep it clean, to help minimize any public health concerns. And we do know then people are coming back to Coronado Park. So we do understand that Coronado Park is not a safe outdoor space. It's but that's our work as we use it for a pickup and drop off. So with that, I think I'll hand it back to you, Lawrence.
So, Mr. President, let me move on now to APD to talk a little bit about what they do as it relates to enforcement efforts. We can get rid of the slides unless we can come back to them, but I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Josh Brown to talk a little bit about the APD work that they're doing. Chief.
And just quickly, Lawrence and everyone, we're going to hold up questions to the end. So we'll keep you in the queue. So go ahead and raise your hand if you're going to have questions, and we'll get you in the queue, but we'll have it at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. Thank you for having us tonight. I just want to cover a few things on what we're currently doing at APD to kind of facilitate some of these processes. Some of the questions that we get asked are, why can't APD just arrest people that are camping in the city parks? One of the things that we look at is people's civil rights. We can't simply arrest people for camping in city parks. There are multiple factors that determine when and if an arrest can be made. Besides potentially violating the rights of individuals, the city would likely be sued and face extensive litigation and face significant damages for that. But I can let the legal counsel kind of cover that here in a bit. The other thing we get asked a lot is why can't the city at least move the tents and shopping carts out of the parks? Seizing the property of homeless individuals that are in the park is subject to case law that's covered in the 2017 McClellan Agreement. This affects how and when the APD can seize or dispose of property. We are currently, however, pursuing an encampment storage program to help people move to shelters without giving up all their possessions, which has been one of the major barriers that we've had in the past. We move them along, but they haven't had a place where we can store property and really protect what they have. One of the other questions that we get asked a lot is, aren't these camps a threat to our public safety and should be treated just like other serious crimes? So the fact of the matter is that yes, as sometimes we treat them just as any other area that we will see crime. We do arrest people who are putting others in danger, creating serious public nuisances. If someone's in a park and they're committing a violent felony, or if you're somebody smoking fentanyl and an officer sees them, a lot of what we have is the presence rule. If it happens in the presence of an officer, they have the ability to make an arrest on some of those. So for the most serious crimes in those parks, we do make arrests. Felony people with felony warrants, people that are victimizing people actually in the park by trafficking narcotics, we've seen human trafficking and other things that kind of come up into those. One of the things that also I want to cover is, I hear it all the time in different community meetings and different avenues where people say, well, I called a police officer and they said there was nothing that we could do about it. Since I took over as deputy chief, that's a statement that I do not tolerate. Is there's always something that APD can do. We don't just sit back and say, oh, that's not really our problem, and leave it up to somebody else to kind of fix. There's always something that APD can do. We can contact the encampment outreach team, which will go out, and we have a process in place, and this process keeps our officers legally bound to what their job is. So if we go out and we just start arresting everybody, like this is part of the misconception of McClendon is, well, you can't arrest for that, and you can't arrest for all these low-level misdemeanor crimes. And one of the things that we look at is they're right. It says that under McLennan that, and I'll let legal cover this in a bit, is the fact that they say, well, you can't enforce this and this, but we have to start a process. We go out, and during that part of that process is making sure that the outreach team has done coordination on providing them services, whether it be solid waste, parks, ACS, and getting those people housed before we go out and make contact with them. Once that process starts and the officers go back out and make contact after the fact, and if they still refuse to leave, and if it's been something to where they've had a total number of things happen, and it creates a general hazard or public safety concern, then officers do start. But we have to start off that lowest level. It's not about throwing people in handcuffs and dragging people out of a park or off public property. One, it's unconstitutional. We can't do that. It's part of our settlement. But we're looking at, we have a policy that we've sent to DOJ and IMT that are actually waiting for the response back on that, on clear guidance on how APD handles encampments. And that'll turn it over to.
And Mr. President, and members of the council, we wanted just to ensure that as Chief Brown described the role that APD has and what their limitations are, wanted to have the legal department talk a little bit more about the McClendon case and those cases that have impacted and that are part of this district, if you will, our circuit court, and also what guidance we're getting vis-a-vis other decisions that may have been made in other courts. But I'll turn it over to Kevin Morrow to talk a little bit more about what we know that does affect Albuquerque and our community.
Sure. And Council President, members of the council, Kevin Morrow at the City Legal Department, and I have been asked to just give you an overview on some of the questions that the administration has heard. Specifically, as Deputy Chief Brown mentioned, we are bound by the famed McClendon lawsuit. McClendon lawsuit's been taken along for about 25 years now. The city, as its condition in 2017 of getting extricated from that lawsuit, negotiated a settlement agreement that involved the city paying $80,000 and additionally agreeing to negotiated special operating procedure that emphasized non-arrestable intervention in essentially cases where there was a belief of some kind of mental distress or in non-violent crimes. Accordingly, many of the instances that we're discussing at Coronado Park and other city facilities would fall into that category of, camping in public, trespassing after 10 p.m. In a public park, things like that, the quote unquote homeless crimes that used to be arrested, where people used to be arrested for. At this point, as part of the SOP that was negotiated, those offenders are not allowed to be arrested as a primary intervention. Citations can be issued. Officers can ask them to move along. They can, but they're both entitled to a lower degree of intervention, and also we agreed to try to provide mental health services and other types of services along with the county. To CAO Real's point, the other legal cases that impact the city and some of our treatment of people that are experiencing homelessness also extend to the case of Martin versus City of Albuquerque. That was our pedestrian safety ordinance case, where the city was trying to make our medians safer and limit the rights of people to stand in medians and walk out into the roadway and solicit donations. I know some of you councilors were aware or present when that was initially passed. The result of that case is that we ended up losing in district court. We ended up going to the 10th Circuit. We lost at the 10th Circuit as well, and spent a substantial sum of money trying to in litigating that case. And we found that our attempts at arresting people that were in medians proved to be fairly expensive. The other major case that many people like to talk about is Martin v. Boise. That is the 9th Circuit case that's often mentioned. That's the one that relates to the number of beds available and whether you can ask people to move out of public parks if there are not shelter beds available. That, as many have noted, is a Ninth Circuit case. It's not directly binding upon the city because it's a different circuit court than we currently live. However, we can anticipate that should litigation occur based on our treatment of similarly situated individuals in public parks, that case would be brought to the forefront and litigated in this circuit. At this point, it's instructive, it's not binding, but it's an indication of a similarly sized city with a similar problem that they're trying to address, and they ended up spending a substantial amount of money trying to litigate that. So we're trying to advise as best we can the least expensive means to be the most productive and respect people's civil rights. I also would like to touch on Director Pierce's comment about forcibly transporting people to the WEC and why we can't do that. Like anything else, whether it's APD or another city department, if somebody doesn't want to go, we can't just put them into a vehicle and take them somewhere that they don't want to be. That operates as a de facto arrest, and that would not be permitted by the courts. So that was kind of a general overview of the legal principles that we've been advising the city administration on how they can address the homelessness issues in the city of Albuquerque.
And Mr. President, I think one finer point on this issue, just for you all's information, the same judge that oversees the McClendon case is also the same judge that oversees the CASA agreement with the city of Albuquerque. So it's really, really interesting that both of these cases that do govern how we operate are under the same, if you will, judicial oversight, if you will. Last but not least, councilors, I wanted just to have the planning department talk a little bit about the, if you will, where we are as it relates to our land use issues and the discussions that we've been having and that you all have been having, just for the purposes of educating and informing the community of what we do have on the books today as it relates to safe outdoor spaces in particular. But and so with that, I'll turn it over to yours, Director of Planning, Alan Barella.
Yes, and councilors and council president, thank you for this opportunity. We appreciate it. One of the myths out there is that safe outdoor spaces would become permanent homeless camps. That is absolutely positively false. That is not allowed in any way whatsoever by the law, the amendment that was recently passed by City Council. There's a limitation of 2 years with a possible 2-year extension. And in addition to that, there are approximately 15 requirements that need to be met in order for somebody to even be able to set up one of these temporary safe outdoor situations, these spaces. You must have distance separations in place. They must have showers. They must have portable toilets and hand washing stations. Eventually, they must have plumbing if anybody's seeking a renewal on that. There are setbacks from residential properties. There are distance or separation requirements between the safe outdoor spaces. They have to have lockable screening walls. That means that they are out of sight in a sense, both to protect the occupants and people that are outside of it. Those have to be lockable. They must be accompanied by a management plan, an operations plan, which is reviewed by Family and Community Services, or a security agreement, which shows that they have 24/7 security in place. And most specifically, they have to have social services and support facilities there. These are not simply places where people can go and set up tents and live on their own in any fashion that they like whatsoever, and most definitely are not permanent. Most of the situations require a conditional use application, which means that there's a public hearing. That public hearing goes in front of the hearing officer, and that decision can be appealed up to City Council. And so that myth regarding the safe outdoor spaces becoming permanent somehow is absolutely positively false.
So, Mr. President and members of the council, just a few more last closing comments. And here again, trying to answer the questions that have been proposed by a lot of members of the community and others related to one that said, can't the mayor just use his authority to solve the problems of the homeless encampments? And the real decision is, it takes all of us to do our part, from the city of Albuquerque, our city council, to our state legislature, to our federal government, and quite frankly, to some extent, even our judicial system, in that we are bound by many other decisions. But nonetheless, look, this is a problem that's complex that we all need to work through. From the very conversations that we've had with all of you over the last couple of council meetings related to, the council is the land use authority. The council does decide how the land in our city is going to be utilized and what is permitted and not permitted. So it starts with all of us working to do our part and working together with the community. Also, just wanting to make sure that, look, we know that we have to work together. We know that these problems are real and that our community members are real concerned about encampments, are concerned about how we deal with this problem moving forward. And from an administration standpoint, we're prepared to listen to those conversations, to work with you all and to work with other jurisdictions and to find real solutions to this issue. It's not a simple, if you will, let's just do this and it'll be done. We know it's much more complicated than that. And we know you all play a big role in that. So with that, Mr. President, we just wanted to give really the members of the community a real sense that this is a complicated and complex problems. We do have, if you will, court decisions that manage how our APD can and can't respond to certain situations. We also know that our land use piece is important, but also that we have some work being done, whether it's the West Side Emergency Shelter or whether it's getting the Gateway facility opened up. Also looking at, as Ms. Pierce said, getting another tool in our toolbox as it relates to safe outdoor spaces. It has to be a very dynamic and multi-pronged approach. And we're working through that and obviously wanting to work with you all and listen to the community so that we can do what we think is in the best interest of all of ours, of the whole community as a whole. So with that, Mr. President, we'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, everyone from the administration who spoke, and I will try our best to address the individuals as we go forward with the questions. But we'll get started with Councillor Lewis, followed by Councillor Bassan, and then Councillor Peeblecorn, and then Councillor Sanchez.
Mr. President, thank you. I'll start with the presentation by Director Pierce. Director Pierce, you said just confirm that there are 369 vacant beds that are available every night, or at least the night that you checked in the month of June, and 140 of those beds are in Joy Junction, which, by the way, Joy Junction is, I believe, in the city limits or just outside the city limits. So it's not the West Side Shelter, which is a good ways from there. And this might sound like an oversimplified question, but you mentioned that we verified the 369 vacant beds every night. And then the procedures for priority 1, 2, 3 when it comes to illegal tent encampments. And so priority 1 is immediate removal, as you said. Priority 2 and priority 3 is 72 hours. Same process, but you give them a little bit more time. And so really my question is if that is our policy, to transport people that are willing to go, that they're, it seems like if we're actively transporting those who are willing to go to a shelter, we have the beds for them. And then if we have a process in place to remove illegal encampments, then why does there continue to, why do illegal encampments exist right now? It would seem to me, is it a matter of resources? I understand that our officers have the ability to cite. If someone is removed in 72 hours, they're back at the same place. They could cite them. They can ask them to move on. So my question is why do they continue to exist if that is our policy?
Sounds like a question for Deputy Chief, maybe.
Yes, I can. This is Deputy Director Olguin. I wanted just to touch on your Joy Junction point. As you can see in the chart, I've noted that To be admitted into Joy Junction, you need to pass a criminal background check, which will not be possible for many of our unhoused populations. In addition, the single adult beds usually do fill up as they indicated, and many of the remaining beds are reserved for families, which is not a big part of the population you see as unsanctioned encampments.
So back to my question, there's 240 beds available every night at the West Side Shelter. And again, if we have the ability to transport, people that want to go to that shelter, and then we have the ability with the priority 1, 2, and 3 to remove encampments, to cite people for our officers to ask them to move on, to vacate, then why do the illegal encampments still exist?
I will let Deputy Brown address the encampment piece, but again, I would reiterate that we are not able to forcibly transfer someone to the west side or any other shelter.
I understand that, there's no doubt about that, but we also have the ability to cite, and we have the ability to be able to move people on. We have the ability to clean up those encampments. So why do they continue to exist? If we have those policies in place, we have the vacant beds, that would seem like that's all we need. So is it resources? Is it not? I mean, we just hired, I think, 40 more in our safety division for help for our officers to be able to work these issues. I mean, do we not have the manpower to do that right now? Not talking about the legal side. I know you guys went through a big long presentation on that. I'm just talking about our policies in the city of Albuquerque.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, let me begin by just indicating to you that first and foremost, we clear out over 100 encampments a month. We have full-time staff that is working these issues every day. You all were supportive of a rate increase just recently to create encampment crews for each quadrant of the city so that we could work even more diligently on cleanups and helping move these encampments as they develop and appear in different parts of our community. I think the real challenge is that we have a policy that talks about what we'd like to see happen and how we manage these encampments. But what we don't have is we don't have the right as a governmental entity to force anyone to leave an area. We can certainly say to them, you have to move on, and they move on. They move on to a different part of the city or a different area. The encampment shows up there again. Our staff probably moves the same folks over and over 4 or 5 times a week, depending on where they are and what part of the city. So the idea that these camps are going to simply go to because there's beds available in some of these shelters or on the west side is really not a decision that we can basically tell people to do that. They have to want to do that.
Mr. President, and that's also one of the reasons why they're not going to go to any legal tent encampments as well. I think we've acknowledged that as well. But let me ask you: do our officers cite people that are living in illegal encampments simply for being in an illegal encampment? Maybe they've been moved and they had 72 hours, they got out, they moved them on, and then they're back 15 minutes later. Are they cited?
Yes,
I'm not talking about arresting. I'm talking about citing.
Council President and Councilor Lewis, thank you for the question. So yes, they are. And that's one of the things in the policy that we sent to DOJ and INT. Kind of covers and outlines when our officers can cite and everything else. This kind of follows the line in that policy of they have to follow those progressions. And one of the things that we're trying to do with it is making sure that that the outreach has been done and then the officers come out. And one of the things is we don't have a database that tracks the individuals from encampment to encampment or by individual. So we help every week with the Coronado Park cleanup. We help throughout the city clearing different encampments. And part of that is citations, especially on private property. So one of the things that I clarify is there's a difference between the public versus private. People have the right to their own private property. And one of the things that the officers do is they'll go out, they'll give criminal trespass notifications, citations, and if that person does come back to that private property again, they can be arrested for that. So they are arresting and they are citing people when it's feasible and when it's legal.
You are arresting people simply for illegal encampments?
On private property, if it's risen to that level. So I can't specifically name any one of it, but that's part of our policy, but it has to get to that progression first.
And if you can explain to me the difference in our priorities, the 1, 2, 3 priorities when it comes to private property.
I'm sorry?
And the one.
Just the difference in those priorities when it comes to public or private property when you find illegal encampments.
Okay, well, if we're talking about public property, so we're in the case right now of going through issuing citation or issuing the criminal trespass notifications. And part of it is going to have to come down to the way our policy is written, where it's going to be certain criteria that's going to have to be met. And part of that kind of goes back to the employment issue of can we arrest for some of this? Some of the other things that we do arrest for are the drug possession, narcotics, firearms, any of those other crimes that are being committed in there. The officers are taking enforcement action in Encampments.
Mr. President, one more question for legal. And you mentioned a number of cases. You mentioned the median case, absolutely irrelevant to this. You mentioned the Ninth Circuit, as you mentioned, not our jurisdiction. But there's this I guess help me understand the Ninth Circuit. You what is the ratio? What is the ratio? Is it if there are available beds? Let's say 369 available beds. Would that mean that we could arrest 369 people because there's 369 vacant beds? What is the number? I mean, I think if we say we have 2,000 people living on the streets at night, but we have 1,100 available beds each night, and that's the reason why we cannot enforce some of these laws. So what is that ratio? And my second question is, other states, other cities around the country have done that. For some reason, we're fearful of being sued in that regard. When others have tested that. But I guess, first of all, what is the ratio? I mean, because we throw out these numbers and say, what is it? What is it? If one person, can't be arrested, even though we have 365 beds available.
Sure, Council President, Councilor Lewis, this is Kevin Morrow again. And I'm going to have to drill down to get you an exact answer on that. My understanding is generally the rule has been interpreted that you need to have sufficient services available to everyone that is available, everyone in the population, but it's probably not the most instructive thing for me to freewheel a little bit on these answers. So let me get you an exact answer on that.
And I appreciate that, because I think that's pretty critical, and I think we need some guidance from you on that, because I think we can't just throw out, hey, this Ninth Central Circuit Court ruling without having any kind of backup or numbers to be able to show that. And we say, even though we have 369 beds, vacant beds available every single night, and we throw out that Ninth Circuit Court ruling as a fear that we can't do this, our hands are tied because we can't do this because of this court that's not even in our circuit, in our district. So we need some guidance from you on that. Sure, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Council President, Councilor Lewis, I'm happy to get that information.
And I think the administration needs some guidance, because it's the administration's policy to not make these arrests, to not cite, to allow these homeless encampments to exist. That is the policy of this administration. And by the way, we put $60 million in homeless services in this last budget, $20 million of vouchers, another $25 million in a GRT bond. So this council is doing its job, giving you the resources and the money that you need. Now it's up to you and your policies as this administration, to carry out what this city needs, to be able to do what's right for the city.
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, I appreciate your interest in understanding this legal question, and I certainly will defer to legal about this issue. But let's just be really clear. This policy is not this administration's policies, and to be even more pointed, this has been a policy that's been in place for several administrations. Administrations that you served under as a counselor, as well as this current administration. So the idea that this is a very complex problem, there's no question about it. Our policy is to continue to support and work within the rules that govern how APD has to operate, either where CASA and or with the McClendon case that was entered into this agreement while you were on the council, if I'm not mistaken. So look, these are policies that we have to work with. And rather than talk about what is not going right or what you believe is wrong, how about we work together to find a solution to this issue? There is no question, the council has been very supportive of trying to find and fund programs that we're trying to get accomplished through the administration, and we appreciate that. But
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Brown.
To look at this as a political issue as much more as a solution to a problem that really is genuinely important to our community.
Mr. President, Mr. Rail, that was 5 years ago. 5 years ago with that administration. And I gave that administration the same questions, and guess what? I gave that administration a whole lot of money to be able to deal with those issues. And you guys repeat about us coming up with solutions. We've given you solutions. And primarily what this council's primary job is to do, and that is to give you the money. And so we need to hear your solutions. You know, I'd like the mayor to step up and give the solutions that are really going to make a difference. Not lip service, not pointing the blame at the council, but the kind of solutions that can come and should come from an administration that's capable of it.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. We'll move on now to Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Feeblecorn, then Councilor Sanchez, and then Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, I understand the restrictions that APD is under in regards to misdemeanor crimes when it comes to arrest. But what about felony crimes?
So, Councilor Bazan, Mr. President, thank you for that question. So the felony crimes are something that we've been tackling since, forever. This is something that our PRT, which is going out every day, our officers in Southeast Area Command, the Valley, every area command has its own unique problems, and the felony crimes that are occurring on public property in parks, those are being arrested for. Like any narcotics, violent crimes, possession of firearms, things like that that are felony related. Our officers have never not arrested for those. We arrest on those on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And I certainly believe that they're arresting, and I know we've talked quite a bit about their arrest. I just want to make sure to point out that while I was at Coronado Park several weeks ago, somebody was smoking something that wasn't cannabis, and nothing was done about it. And that was just one example that I witnessed. And I know people keep saying that. So when I speak about arrest too, it's not to arrest for someone for being homeless, but things that are felony crimes, such as smoking something and open drug use. We need to do something about that. And I think that's part of the expectation that people are asking for. And then the other thing I have, Mr. President, it's really just a comment based off of my experience and my expectation when going down the road with safe outdoor spaces originally. But Director Varela was saying that safe outdoor spaces was never intended to be permanent, and it is absolutely going to be temporary. But that wasn't my impression. Camp Hope in Las Cruces has been around for 11 years as one of the alternatives and one of the tools that they use to address one of the layers of homelessness in their city. Council ended up amending safe outdoor spaces through Councilor Benton's amendment, saying that it should only be 2 years with the potential for 2 one-year extensions. So just to clarify, my original expectation of safe outdoor spaces was that it was going to be relatively and likely quite permanent in Albuquerque. And I just want to make sure to add that in there so that people also can understand another level of what changed from the beginning of my support for this, in addition to now and my change of heart.
Right, now next is Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions. The first is for Deputy Chief Brown. Deputy Chief, I've heard a lot of false, misleading, and quite frankly, irresponsible statements in the last week. And so I just want to clarify with you, if someone commits a violent crime, they are arrested. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone has a firearm and brandishes it in public, they are arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes.
If someone is dealing drugs, illegal drugs, they are arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Does not matter if that is done in a homeless encampment, on the sidewalk, in the middle of downtown, wherever those things happen, we are arresting people who commit violent crimes or illicit drugs. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that very clear because I have heard some incredibly false statements out there. I did have two questions for Director Pierce. Director Pierce, you put up a slide that talked about the Gibson Center and you mentioned phase 1. I just wondered if you could give me a little more detail on what that entails and if all of phase 1 has been permitted and funded.
Council President Benton and Councillor Fiebelkorn. So phase 1, which includes the Gateway Center, Overnight Emergency Center, Engagement Center, First Responder Drop-Off, as well as medical respite and medical sobering. Those are the major components of phase 1. The funding is in place for those and permitting. We are currently the only component among those 3 that requires a permit or conditional use permit is the gateway. And we're under the process of going through that process. The medical sobering component and medical respite do not require permit. They are allowed in that zone, in that location.
In addition, I will say the engagement center and first responder drop-off are also allowed at this time. It's simply the shelter piece, the overnight shelter.
Thank you, Director, Council President. I did have one more quick question for Director Pierce. You mentioned at the West Side Emergency Housing Center, there is a Bible study group or a Bible study. Is that actually being held on city property in a city space? And is it using up resources from the city?
It is, thank you, Councillor Fiebelkorn, Council President. It is held at the West Side Shelter due to the distance from town. It is not using any city resources whatsoever. It is using church resources.
And just to add to that, when we have, whether it's Narcotics Anonymous or Alcohol Anonymous or a Bible study, all those are optional services. Nobody is forced to do that, but they are volunteers coming into the space to provide that service. So as true to any city service, there are no barriers put there. You have to do X, Y, or Z to come and get the service. So all that is voluntary for people who would choose to access that.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, next is Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have a couple of comments and also some questions for the administration as well. One of the comments that I wanted to make is in reference to tracking the individuals that are actually out there and need to be cited when they return. Deputy Chief Brown said that we don't have a database to do so. But in my experience, anytime you write a police report, anytime you run a license plate, anytime you deal with the CAD system, you have created a record of that individual. And you can easily see on the system that's already in place that that individual has either been cited or talked to in the past. And actually notes can be added to the CAD system to show that that individual can be followed up on and should be followed up on. So I don't understand why we're ignoring the capability that we have already in place to deal with individuals who are actually conducting these illegal activities and also within the illegal activity within the camps and can be cited. We have a record keeping system already in place, and it's been in place for years and years and years. So that's a comment I had. Also, another comment that I have is if we have 572,000 square feet at the Gibson complex and seven tenants, 17% occupancy does not make any kind of sense to me. Doesn't sound like there's anything going on there at all that makes sense. Also, when you have 240 beds available up, and we've already determined that all these things are done, I'm actually feeling from what we're hearing is that by your own rules and by your own words, just like Councillor Lewis said, why do they exist? If these rules have been in place for 5 years, by your own words, why do they still exist? Why do these encampments still exist? Why do these, why are we not following the rules that we have put in place? My final question is, we're doing everything we can as a council. We provide the funding, we provide ideas, we provide reasons. We're asking the questions that the citizens of Albuquerque need to hear. And I just feel like everybody's ignoring it. The administration is 100% ignoring what we are talking about here and what's going on and what the citizens of Albuquerque are demanding. And that is the biggest issue that we are facing. So why is the administration, APD, afraid of taking care of business at Coronado Park? It's a crime-infested, illegal, de facto, sanctioned by the city park, and we are spending thousands and thousands of dollars on it. If we took those thousands of dollars that we're using at Coronado Park and used it as a test bed and put the facilities in place right in that area and started dealing with it, then you would be able to convince me that other things are possible. But we are ignoring major situations in Albuquerque and finding excuses all the way around. And again, why do they still exist?
Mr. President and Councillor Sanchez, just from a practical standpoint, we do appreciate the council's support on many of these fronts. APD, as Chief Brown just said earlier, sent a policy for the DOJ to review as it relates to our enforcement of illegal camps on behalf of on the city, if you will. And the APD will be working with that, with the DOJ, to get that implemented as quickly as possible. So we are not ignoring the issues that are occurring in these areas. I think APD will begin a very aggressive approach to dealing with some of these concerns. However, you as a former police officer know that if the resources that are available and the number of other crimes that occur in the city, that APD is doing their very best with the number of personnel, et cetera, that they have to manage all of those issues across the board. And be happy to sit with you and talk more about some of the other challenges that we have as it relates to, quite frankly, the issues that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, which is the land use issues. You mentioned Gibson in your comments. Look, we are as eager as you are to get that facility opened up and getting it going. We've been in a land use, conditional use conversation for a long time, almost a year. So there are some things that we need to work with you all and with the community, and we're going to continue to do that in as aggressive manner as we can. But be happy to visit with you some more on these policies, especially as it relates to APD.
Mr. President, Mr. Rael, one of the things that I know is that we've dumped so much money, millions and millions of dollars into the resources. And what do you mean we don't have the resources? Are you referring to APD? If APD is an issue, then we need to do some checks and balances over at APD as well to find out why these officers are leaving. We need to find out what these exit interviews are saying. What are these people saying as they're leaving? I hear what they're saying. They're saying that the confidence in the administration, the police administration, is not there. They feel that they're not supported by the police administration. They feel that they're not supported by the administration. And that's why the officers are leaving. We're sending very well-trained officers every single day to other departments, to our neighboring departments, after they find out what is really going on here. So somewhere along the line, we need to fix that problem as well, because there's got to be a reason why we are losing officers and why we can't gain officers. And we are still less officers this year than we had last year. And we're continuing on that path, and something desperately needs to change in that area as well, now that you brought that up.
We'll move on to Councillor Grout and then Councillor Davis.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, Director Pierce, for that presentation. I appreciate you answering those questions for me. One question I have, another question, where did we come up with 72 hours to give these people notice? Where is that a magic number, or can we give them a little bit less notice? Because if within the 72 hours, that camp usually grows. You should just visit Central and Tramway. It's a hot mess right now. Every day, as soon as it's cleaned up, people are back, and it's like a revolving door. It's just a hot mess. So can you answer that question? Then I have a couple more questions.
Council President Benton and Councillor Grout, 72 hours has been in our policy to give ample notification, because sometimes when our outreach team goes out to that site, it may be unoccupied or it may be occupied. So we're hanging the notice in Spanish and English to let people know about resources, but that they cannot have an encampment there. So 72 hours is kind of a general practice to allow the time for them to remove themselves. And also the way our process goes, then we have our outreach team like ACS and others are following up with resources. Do you know, I mean, to the other counselors' points, yes, there are beds available, and we're talking about the resources and where people can go. So that's what's happening in that 72 hours. Sometimes those encampments aren't occupied at the moment. So when a call comes in and we're sending people out, we need to give people notice. That's their possessions, that's where they've got identification, et cetera. So we're providing notice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Could you change that policy so it's a 48-hour notice? Is that something that could be done?
Councilor President Benton and Councilor Grout, I mean, we can certainly consider that. I think what I'd like to say, though, the way our policy is written with those priority ones, which are pretty comprehensive. I mean, there's a lot, that's the immediate, like, you know, move now. I mean, the 72 hours, I mean, it is resource intensive to address all the encampments. And I know there's concerns about that. My concern would be if we lessen that time, we would be less able to really meet that expectation. So it's a minimum of 72 hours. I mean, anything's possible. I'm just concerned that we couldn't do that honorably, if that's the right word.
Okay, thank you. Another question is, if it says no camping and no loitering, and then you allow them to stay there, aren't they breaking the law? And shouldn't that be a grounds for moving on?
Councilor President Benton and Councilor Grout. So again, I know you've had concerns on private property as well as public property, and there is the distinction there. So and I'm really speaking to the public property piece. Private property, it brings in a whole host of other pieces by the business owner, this local security, et cetera. But if people are camping in those priority one areas, no, they need to be removed, because they're going to harm themselves by being in a roadway, or they're going to harm traffic or other people. The priority twos are that they're not causing immediate danger to themselves or others. So, I mean, I don't think I'm really answering your question, but that's why we have those priorities, to really identify urgency and to really minimize harm and distress.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would encourage people to just travel to Central and Tramway and hang out there, and you can sit in the Einstein inside their shop and just watch. And I'm serious, you can just watch the drug dealing going on. It's very open. They are not getting arrested, and I would, we really need some help up there. We need to be enforcing the laws there. It's getting really out of hand. I have a question from a constituent, so I'd like somebody to answer it for me. Why have we seen an increase in people in Albuquerque who walk out of stores carrying carts full of TVs or power saws or stakes without paying anything? And what can be done about it? This is from a constituent in my area.
I'll take this one. Councilor Grant, Mr. President, thank you. So APD has been working diligently with the Attorney General's office. Our organized retail crime unit has been kind of building business coalitions with a lot of our retail stores to include, you know, any of the big boxes that have a lot of those walkout crimes that occur. In the past, we've had issues with some of those companies that would show up for court after we get somebody into custody. We're working through that now. Actually, we've gotten part of that business coalition is getting with those stores and making sure that we have somebody that will show up to prosecute. So that we are working hand in hand with the businesses as well as the Attorney General's office. Commander Saladin in the Northwest recently did an operation around the Home Depot and Cottonwood Mall area. Commander Weber recently did one around the Coronado Mall. I'm sorry, Cottonwood is in the Northwest. Coronado Mall. So there are actions being taken. One of the things that we ask is if they see it to report it. And
thank you. I have a couple more questions now about the 311 app, or when people call 311 and report things. We get this all the time, and I love the 311 app, the mobile app that you can download on your phone. I use it often. But when I report something, and then I get a follow-up email, it says that it's been completed. And then I drive by the location of where I was complaining, and it's still there. Is there any way that the system can be revised a little bit where it says instead of completed, that it says referred to a department or something like that? Because it's very confusing to constituents. They think that it's been done, but it's not. And then they send a follow-up, or they send a follow-up email to us. And so there's a little bit of, something's not efficient, and we need to change that. What can we do to get that resolved?
So, Mr. President, Councilor Grout, this is Brian Osterloh, Director of Department of Technology and Innovation. The closure of cases that come in through 311 is handled by the department themselves. So I'd be very interested in some specifics on that. We can take a look more closely at that to see. We have undertaken a lot of effort to get very specific and very diligent on looking at cases. Are they getting closed? Are they getting closed properly? I'm sitting next to Director Varela, who we've worked very closely with at planning to bring down the numbers of cases that stay open for extended periods of time. The system is working as it should. If it's getting closed before it's taken care of, then that's something we'll need to work with the department to deal with. It should not be getting closed by the department before the actual situation is handled. This is also why I requested and why I'm very appreciative to the council of funding the 311 data analyst and department liaison position for the next year, so that we can take a look at these kinds of situations, try and find, are they happening? Where are they happening? We do some secret shopper kind of things already. And abandoned vehicles have been one of those that was a significant portion of our efforts. And another one is an encampment. So we'll step that up, and with that new position, we'll look more closely at that. But the system, like I say, is reflecting what the department has put in it. I don't want to throw the department under the bus, so to speak. We'll work with departments, and we'll work with you very happily if you have more information. I live in the area around Central and Tramway myself, so if that's one that you're specifically speaking of, I'm happy to look into that more closely and work with your analyst and with you directly to make sure it's properly reflective of the situation.
Thank you very much. I'd like that. I'd like it a lot. Thank you.
Are you finished, Councillor, for now? Councillor Davis is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate the chance to do this tonight. I think it's probably a little overdue for us to have an in-depth conversation about the city strategy. And as Councilor Lewis pointed out, we put more money into homelessness in this last year and now going into this new year than we have in any other year prior. And so I think it is important. I admit I'm a little frustrated, as we heard from some people today and had a chance to talk with respond to some community groups and emails together. We seem to be going back and forth, like, are we doing this or are we not? But when it comes to our strategy on homelessness, I'm as frustrated as every other member of this council, and I agree with many of these points. That I feel like we're still struggling to come up with a comprehensive homelessness strategy. Like, if you're not eligible for this, go here. If that can be implemented on a street level. And I hope that with the new funding for things like Gibson and the pieces that do work, that we can get there. But let me say, I've been skeptical of our Gibson project for a while, mainly because it was a very expensive investment in something that we knew from the beginning would require conditional use change to meet the stated goals. And I'm skeptical that and so I'm anxious to see that process work its way through. But it certainly met the resistance that any of us would have assumed it would. And I think that has really served to undermine the public's confidence in our ability to get money on the ground quickly. That wasn't a quick solution. But even if Gibson worked, we still need an option. We still have parks full of parks and overpasses and whatever underpasses full of people that are camping. And fair warning to Mr. Morrow, I'm going to put you back on the spot here in just a second. Again, I agree with Councilor Lewis on this and say, I think we need a more comprehensive analysis, a more detailed analysis from the 10th Circuit cities on what exactly it is that we believe our legal limits are. We've consistently heard analysis that says, and I agree with this, by the way, I think we should be providing safe spaces for people to go before we require them to move from an otherwise accessible public space. We can't just keep moving them around and walking in the street every day. So Mr. Morrow, I wanted to ask if you could, in responding to Councilor Lewis, his request, if you could do some analysis from the city attorney's office, specifically on how cities in the 10th Circuit are addressing these camping issues. How is Las Cruces doing it with a safe outdoor space that seems to work with their police department? I know they're having challenges, but certainly not at our scale. We heard successfully from Denver that they're implementing this and working through those issues. We didn't get a legal analysis or a police analysis, but Mr. Morrow, I wonder if city attorney's office could help us so that we're not trying to do apples and oranges from the 9th to the 10th Circuit, but actually talk to those other cities and figure out how they've addressed this. And perhaps you have more of that information. And if you do, I'd like you to expound on it. If not, could you help us with that?
Certainly, Councilor President, Councilor Davis, I can admit that I don't have the comprehensive analysis of 10th Circuit cities that you're requesting, but especially with the council hiatus coming forward after this meeting, I can get the city legal department on board to try and address a comprehensive analysis of how other cities are tackling this. I know one of the issues and why we have kind of reference ad nauseum that 9th Circuit case is that my belief is that we don't have a real wealth of case precedent in the 10th Circuit right now, but let me get going on providing that analysis, and we're going to be happy to get it to you.
Thanks. Yeah, and I don't think we need a 900-page memo, but I do think we want to say, look, Denver's looking at the same court cases we are. We don't have a lot of case law in the circuit, but they're working on safe outdoor spaces. So what have they done and how are they addressing that? And I appreciate that. I also want to say, and Deputy Chief Brown, I want a special shout out and thank you to you and your team yesterday and the Westside Impact team for helping to address a constituent concern. I appreciate that and your quick response to that. But Deputy Chief, I wanted to ask, since the Chief's not here with us this evening, and I apologize, you may have addressed this earlier. When it rains, I lose internet at home, so it stopped raining, so now I'm back. But the APD recently issued a special order, a chief special order directing officers more specifically on dealing with some of these homelessness or quality of life crimes. I'm not a proponent of using those as an excuse to move homeless folks around, but it was issued and then rescinded. And I've had a chance to speak with the chief and some other folks. And I understand that our policy, despite what you might read in the blogs, is not to stop enforcing those rules, but to better revise our approach, including ACS and other alternatives. Deputy Chief, if you haven't talked about it already, could you tell me a little more about that process, the timeline we could expect it, and how long it will take to get our officers up to speed? And does that depend on providing safe outdoor spaces in order to enforce those rules in our public parks?
Councilor Benton, Councilor Davis, thank you for that question. So essentially what APD revises policies all the time.
Okay.
We go through, and one of the things that we want to make sure is that they're articulable for officers to understand, and they follow the law. And so right now, the policy that we've set forth to DOJ and INT, the way that process works is each section of that has approximately about 12 days to review that policy and then send it back for comments and revisions. So we're looking at about a 30-day turnaround for the entire policy to come back. So, but to answer your question, we are still enforcing laws while that policy is being revised and out for approval by DOJ and INT.
And I'm sorry, Mr. President, just to follow up, Deputy Chief, is it my understanding APD does intend to issue a new round of special orders through that process that will better instruct officers on how to address those questions? And does it depend on having safe outdoor spaces in place, or can APD issue that guidance based on the current state of affairs on the ground?
So that is what that special order is going to be. It's going to be an update to the policy. As far as the safe outdoor spaces goes, it doesn't depend on safe outdoor spaces.
Thank you, Chief. I apologize. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm going to questions of my own right now, and we'll see if we need to continue. But I do find this very helpful to have the presentation and to have this ability to answer questions. Just quickly for Director Pierce, I guess I was kind of expecting, we got the number, I think you said 369 vacant beds. How is that related to the point in time count? I know we're not doing a point in time count every week, but do we have a sense of that number as opposed to the demand, or not demand, the need, let's put it that way. First of all, people need to be willing to go to a shelter, and that's a whole different question. But when we're talking about these numbers and talking about the Ninth Circuit decision in Boise, what is my understanding was that the sum total of unused vacant beds was 369 as the last check. What is the estimate of the numbers of people who are camping on the streets or in the parks?
Council President Benton, thank you for your question. So yes, the 369 on that June 20th, when the calls were made to those 9 emergency shelters, you're right. The point in time count, which is what our community uses, all communities across the nation, when that count was done in January, the estimate, and we always know it's an underestimate, but what the nation uses, but was about 1,500 unhoused individuals on any given night would be on our street by using the point in time count, but knowing that's an underestimate. We always know that families, for one, are undercounted as they are couch surfing, etc., but those are also considered unhoused people.
Right, there are different kinds of unhoused people, right? There are families who are just down on their luck. They're couch surfing, whatever it may be. They don't have a permanent home. That's a lot different than the I guess we would call it the hardcore of folks who are on the street and that are. That's what I think that the general citizenry is most disturbed about. Obviously, they have compassion for for both groups of people, but is there a way to decipher that?
Councillor Benton, yes, I think what you're referring to, and the term is chronically homeless. So HUD, we use the HUD definition. So if you've been on the streets for over a year or something like had 4 unhoused episodes within a year, there's a correlation on disability, people who are chronically homeless, and that all relates to when we're bringing people into the coordinated entry to get them into housing, their risk score, if you will. So it's really the chronic people who are chronically homeless that are really often in that count, which is an undercount.
Okay. And then there was one thing I wanted to correct, if I understand correctly, and that was in your presentation. It was stated, or that this might have been Director Varela, but that safe outdoor spaces that have policies of no substance. What I saw in Denver and what I understood in Denver is that you can use within your tent. You just can't be outside of your tent selling or using. But being inside your tent, just as inside any of our homes, nobody's going to prevent us from doing that.
Councillor Ben, thank you for that clarification. Where, however that came out, you're right, that was incorrect. You know, safe outdoor spaces, just like the best practice among emergency shelters, are low barrier. Because these are people with multiple challenges, whether it be disability, in a wheelchair, mental illness, substance abuse. And the higher the bar we make, the more people are going to be on our streets. And it's why our West Side is a low barrier shelter. And many of our other shelters in our community are. But no, safe outdoor spaces, while you do need to have a referral to go in there, it's not just a walk up, it's not a free for all, it's very structured. But yes, if you are using and you chose to use in your tent, just like anybody might in their home, that's in your tent. But no, you cannot sell drugs. You cannot, there are rules. You cannot be selling drugs. You cannot be picking fights. You cannot be doing lots of things. So there are rules that go along with this. I appreciate the clarification if we misspoke somewhere there.
Yeah, it was one of the bullet points in there. It should be corrected. Okay, and then and the Homeless Coordinating Council has a framework of high impact strategies that you mentioned. And I know that safe outdoor spaces has been a considerable part of the discussion at the Homeless Coordinating Council. Is that part of the, do you know whether that's now officially part of the framework as one of the, one piece of the framework, to put it accurately?
Councillor Ben, thank you for asking that. Yes, safe outdoor spaces from early on when we all adopted and the council approved that framework, safe outdoor spaces has been a part of that high impact strategy that is included in that document.
Thank you. Yes, and Councillor Lewis referred to our big boost that we gave to vouchers. It's still nowhere near what the demand is, but that those kind of calculations have been made with regard to not just homelessness. I mean, it's all part of the same universe, right? Of housing affordability and the ability to get people in supportive housing if they need addiction recovery and mental health services, obviously. But okay, so that's that. Then just quickly a couple more, probably for Mr. Morrow. So it's Judge Brown, right? Is that, it used to be Brack and now it's Brown? I remember the two B's.
Council President, almost, it's just Browning.
Browning, okay, thank you. But Judge Browning is, as you say, it's within his authority, both the CASA and McClendon. It seems to me like that might be some sort of opportunity. And I've asked this question before, and I know it's maybe touchy, but can we ask the judge for help with regard to McClendon? You know, McClendon was from a different time. I mean, when was it? What year was that, Kevin?
Council President, I believe the McClendon case, the city was settled out of it in March of 2017.
No, okay. I thought it was older than that.
It was originally filed in 1995.
Yeah, I would venture to say that the landscape has changed since 2017 considerably. But you know, I'm just throwing that out there. Is that something that would that be out of bounds, or is there a way? Is there a venue for us to work, perhaps with the DOJ, and or not just going straight to the judge and asking for direction and assistance with regard to basically limitations that we have here locally that some of the other cities in the circuit do not, seemingly.
And Council President, it's a great question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I'm happy to coordinate with some of our folks, especially the ones that spend a little more time directly working on DOJ issues and have been more involved on the McClendon things, and get back to you on that.
I appreciate that. Okay, I think I'm near the end here. Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, my point is, councilors, that this whole thing with Boise and which federal judicial district we're in, even within our own circuit 10, this McClendon is sort of like an additional roadblock that or challenge that we're having to deal with. And I've heard all sorts of different interpretations from different city attorneys about what does that really mean. And just councilors, full disclosure, I had a discussion this morning with Mr. Melendres also about the council staff doing some of this kind of research, and maybe we can work together with the city attorney's office on that, you know, but we have some resources of our own. And I've already asked our staff to start looking into some of these questions. Mr. Melendres, would you like to comment on that?
Mr. President, only to say yes, we had that conversation, and I'm hearing your direction now to coordinate, and we will do that.
I mean, I do agree. This is, you know, it's got to be all hands on deck. We can't point fingers. I mean, I know that some people are very disappointed that we put too many restrictions on safe outdoor spaces. Other people are still adamantly against them, and they may or may not have seen the presentation from Denver. I think not everybody can go travel to Denver and get the presentation that I and some others on this call received, but it's pretty impressive. It's not a free-for-all. It's not what you picture, that it would just be something like a different Coronado Park with the same kind of unregulated situation. It's orderly, it's clean. People seem pretty happy and happy to be there, and it provides a venue for services to be brought in. The services just aren't sitting there waiting around to be used, but they have, you know, either a common tent or a common building where those services can be provided. And of course, we saw in that tour that local nonprofits and churches and such bring in food, and you know, they have a round robin where dinners are prepared and brought in. My impression was it was a pretty tight ship, but as we said, once you're inside your tent, or if you come in and you're high or whatever your addiction is, you're not turned away from the gate of the place. And they are gated, by the way. It's not just people running in and out and visitors and so forth. It's hard to describe without seeing it, but it is not everyone bring their own tent, or, you know, I heard some things about, you know, trailers, that it basically could be a trailer camp. I mean, these are some of the things that we do need. And this is the reason Councilor Feeblecorn and Davis and I do have this bill that's before us tonight about, no matter what happens with the zoning questions about safe outdoor spaces and the land use questions, we need to answer these questions as to operations and what we're expected of operations in such an encampment. We need to do it anyway, no matter what the zoning decision is, because some religious institutions could do this regardless of the zoning. They're special category. We haven't heard much about that tonight. Maybe just quickly, somebody could answer that, either Mr. Director Varela or Mr. Morrow. With regard to religious congregations who would wish to do to create a safe outdoor space on their own property.
President Benton, this is Deputy Director Olguin. I can cover that for you. It is within a faith-based organization's mission to continue their mission to serve people in the way that they choose. So in that sense, there is no city or administrative oversight in how they choose to carry out their mission of service. However, we would still provide the parameters. They would be required to fill out a permit within the planning department. We would also, as good neighbors, not have a formal good neighbor agreement, but make much effort to give notice to the surrounding area and also have some community input and informational sessions as well. And then again, work with them to establish those operating procedures, rules and regulations, help develop the contract that the campers would sign to agree to those policies and procedures and so on.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just put out a question. I don't necessarily have to get the answer right now, but related question. And this is probably for Mr. Morrow and our legal team. Can churches, in theory, could churches be declared a nuisance? And I'm not asking for a question, an answer to that right now. I think that's sort of a out of left field question, but I wanted to ask that question.
I appreciate it. Council President, I don't know, but I will take a look at it. And then as just a one point of clarification on a previous statement that I made, I did want to make clear that while Judge Browning is handling both the CASA case and also what remains of the McClendon case, and while the plaintiffs in those cases, well, let me clarify, some of the people affected in those cases overlap. The Department of Justice is not involved in the McClendon case. It is a different plaintiff, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I misspoke in that regard.
Sure.
All right, councilors, we do have an agenda that we need to move on with, and so I thank everyone for their, good questions and I think the attempt to give good direct answers to our questions. It's a big challenge. We are all in this together, so let's do what we can do. All right, we're going to move on to our agenda. We have no economic development discussion tonight. We'll move on now to general public comment. Hello to those joining us to provide general public comment. Members of the public will be called upon to address the council if they have signed up for live general public comment or live public comment. Per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website, speakers will be moved into the meeting room 2 at a time and will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and will have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to as an attendee of the Zoom webinar. So the public comment ground rules are as each participant has 1.5 minutes. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. It's not just a give and take session with councilors. Any disruptive comment will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Mr. Moya, please call the names of the first speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. First speaker is Brian Faher.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate Councillor Bassan and Councillor Lewis and Councillor Sanchez and Councillor Davis being able to pivot and be able to adapt to current events. I have a pretty simple question. It's is City Ordinance 12-2-3 being enforced by the City of Albuquerque and the Albuquerque Police? Does it need to be reformed? And it says it has a $500 fine or 90 days in jail. I appreciate, the comments about the citations. I voted for Mayor Keller twice, but all I heard from him and the police is just spinning. And just where I live in Borellis, it's out of control. It's a simple question I've been asking for years, and I'll let it go at that. I really do appreciate the leadership. You guys gave me some hope. So thank you to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Brown. Maria Brown, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay, this is all new. I've never done Zoom before. I'm retired. I only have a question, which I haven't been able to get answered. And my question is, why does Tramway, which is State Road 556, restrict vehicles over 3 tons? It doesn't have to be answered tonight, but I would like someone to answer that question at some point. And that is it.
Mr. President and Ms. Brown, I will forward that to the counselor's office that represents that area, and we'll have them get back to you.
Okay, so how will they get back to me? Is it email, phone call?
Ms. Brown, yes, when you signed up for public comment, I actually have your phone number and email address that you provided, so we can share that information with them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy Neff.
Good evening, councilors. I am keeping my screen dark in representation of the multitudes of people who cannot get on to this Zoom call and have not the technology to do that. Council President Benton, councilors, for the record, respectfully, there are many community members aligning in opposition to you as a council. Community members have called on other community members, on their neighborhood associations, on HOAs, on their coalitions, on other like-minded civic agencies to attempt to provide citizen oversight for this council. We are unsettled. We see transgressions of basic democratic principles. We are disturbed by your inaction and challenged as you continue to ignore repeated requests to review policies at the planning department and to invest in ONC and their capacity and their activities. The only conclusion we can draw, the only tool we have is to continue, as you continue to turn a blind eye to our concerns, is that this council's activities and members may need to be investigated. Community members are taking to the street, waging legal battles, submitting complaints, writing newspaper articles, making requests for investigations to the mayor's office, to the city auditor, to the city inspector general, and to the New Mexico Attorney General's office. These requests include, but are not limited to, the substantial changes to our zone code that were passed last week, to the neighborhood association ordinance, and to the possible process violation at council meetings. Specifically, I ask you to review the passage of 02210, the IDO 2021 IDO annual update. More importantly, I ask you to address the flaws in the annual update itself. I'm asking that no additional legislation in regard to zoning changes be allowed on the city council agenda until there's a public vetting of the IDO annual process. We all need to take a step back and evaluate what has transpired.
Thank you, Peggy. Time is up. Our next speaker is Maria Stockton. Maria Stockton, are you there?
There
you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please
Okay.
proceed.
So I have a couple of questions, and I would like to have some direct answers from our council people. How much will this cost the taxpayers in these neighborhoods? For example, you mentioned that there's going to be some security and things around the homeless encampments. currently in my neighborhood, we are experiencing theft, break-ins. We come out to our cars in the morning, there's stuff, our windows are broken because we have homeless people wandering through our neighborhood. So you mentioned that there's going to be some security around the homeless encampment. So who will, and what is the budget that's allotted to protect the citizens of our communities from this happening? If I'm a homeless person and I walk out of my encampment, who's going to be patrolling our neighborhoods to keep them safe? Also, because we're already experiencing this, we're right by the freeway, we're also really close to some different services. If this is such a great idea, why not just set these homeless encampments up at Coronado Park? I'm ready to hear your responses. Thank you.
Ms. Stockton, this is not a questioning of the council. This is a public comment period. So we're not taking questions.
I understand. If it's a public comment, I will say that based on what I've already experienced in my neighborhood, I am completely and 100% opposed to having homeless encampments in my neighborhood. There's nothing happening right now that would show me anything any different from what's happening at Coronado Park that would not be prevented from happening in my neighborhood. As a taxpayer in this community, I feel like we should have the vote whether or not this is going to happen in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julian Morales.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, I just want to thank the city councilors that have stood against this homeless encampment place, and Councilor Broussard, for taking back her what she was actually standing for before. And I just ask that everybody relook at this and see if we can find a better, give it time and give it maybe a year and find a better way of handling this rather than just pushing it through. So that's basically my comment for today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Larry Sontag.
Good evening, President Benton and members of the council. I'm speaking on behalf of the New Mexico Business Coalition and our president, Carla Sontag, who has emailed each of you with details about why we oppose homeless encampments or living lots. A couple of the reasons include the fact that you're endangering the people. These lots would be endangering the very people that you say you're trying to help. The homeless need facilities and assistance that Albuquerque taxpayers have agreed to pay for, but have yet to been delivered. They do not need to be further enabled to break important laws. We encourage you to do what Councilor Bassan has done and listened to the outcry from the public, private citizens, and business owners. We appreciate Councilor Sanchez and Lewis and Grout, who have stood against these ideas from the very beginning. If you look at the facts, these types of facilities and camps that you're proposing and have passed already have not worked in other cities as they have supposed to. You've heard numerous questions tonight to the administration about why aren't existing ordinances being followed. So any promises of order and rules and regulations being followed for going forward, the people just aren't buying it. We know that councilors have received over 6,000 emails in opposition to the plans. We encourage you to repeal the outdoor safe spaces and do not pass living lots or do anything else to increase homeless camps around the city of Albuquerque. Thank you for your consideration to our comments.
Thank you, Larry. I do have Carla next signed up to speak. Is she with you to provide comments?
She will not be able to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Good evening, President Benton and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I'm the president of Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association, Martineztown Work Group, Albuquerque Interfaith. The Neighborhood Association respectfully requests the City Council to approve R2247. The Martineztown Santa Barbara proposed community center will serve the neighborhoods from Central to Candelaria. The students at Albuquerque High School will have a place to be at during the day and after school, and they will be provided meals. The Neighborhood Association has been organizing since the 1990s for a community center. Just to mention one of the efforts, which was in September 29th of 2000, Mayor Baca at the time was asked by the Martineztown neighborhood families to build our neighborhood a community center. A petition of hundreds of residents was attached. Senator Romero on May 4th, 2000 stated in his letter to the real estate CIP manager that the Martineztown Community Center members have been working for many years trying to obtain funding for a community center and offered his support. Representative Martinez has also offered his support. It is Mayor Keller who gave his word to the Neighborhood Association to build us a community center and stood by his word. We are ecstatic and want to give Mayor Keller our sincere appreciation. And we'd also like to thank Councilor Benton for supporting R2247 and standing by the administration to make this longtime effort by the residents a reality. Councilors, please vote to R2247. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Selena Lucero.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Hi to everybody. I just got out of, I struggle myself with homelessness. I have for the last couple of years, also addiction, mental health. I just currently got out of rehabilitation from Turquoise Lodge, which is a great facility. And their team is just awesome. One of the problems I had was the transition out. I've been homeless, so in my recovery, transitioning out, it was really challenging to find a place to go that serves single women without children and families. There's more programs for women who have children with them or their families that were available. So I had a lot of doors closed. I've been working with different, councils like psychiatrists and stuff. So there's certain places that have their own resources to utilize. So because I didn't fit their criteria, in the community, their community, they wanted me to utilize their resources. I wasn't able to be accepted in their facility. So there's a lot of barriers also in different community areas that resources in the community that are kind of like, there's just a lot of barriers.
Thank you, Selena. Your time is up.
I also wanted to just talk really quick about the tent also. I know
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Just to put an idea out there, to do a
I'd like
transition
to have her continue. Thank you.
from tent to maybe a small house to get them into apartments. Right now, I just signed some paperwork finally. Since 2018, I've been on a list to be accepted for a home. I was one time I got picked for a lottery and was disqualified because of an eviction, so I wasn't able to. So I've been struggling with a lot of barriers, but I know that that's kind of been lifted now. So I just think it would really be a good idea for these tents, for the tent facilities to be able to have transitions. And the people put in place like counselors, behavioral health, because there's a lot of people that are out on the streets that have mental issues, along with addiction, and it does take a mindset to really want to quit. But for the ones who are serious, they'll have that for them to be able to transition from one space to another. So I just wanted to put that idea out maybe for you all. And thank you for having me.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. President, if I can interject. So are you still struggling with housing now?
Right now, no. Right
Okay,
now,
good.
I just signed some papers, actually this on Friday, and then yesterday I had to fill a little bit more papers out. So I was on a list since 2018 from one facility. And then when I was at Joy Junction, I was actually in their program. I got picked for the raffle. And so when I got the apartment and, I had chose the apartment already, they did pass the background. So there was, they noticed that popped up that I had, I'm sorry, I had an eviction. So that disqualified me from getting the apartment. And also my case manager from the housing told me that disqualified me from the program. So, it was just a matter of the housing issue for me has been a huge barrier because I've had clean times periodically, but because also I didn't have like the right environment. I was having the right people come into my life to help me, to walk with me, but then it was just having to go from one place to another, Joy Junction, back to Joy Junction, or just different facilities, and going to family members also use, so it's just the environment, the atmosphere has been really challenging. So I'm just really grateful today that I do have, I am also a taxpayer, and I totally believe in that there can be this can be facilitated in a way that can help the community come together, with the homeless
Ma'am, we do have
population.
a time limit. You can't just
Okay.
keep going on. I'm
Got it.
sorry.
Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Javier Benavides.
Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. It's great to see you all, the staff as well. Just wanted to join our friend Loretta Naranjo Lopez. I'm with Albuquerque Interfaith Organizer, and Santa Barbara Martinez Town is one of our member institutions. And so tonight, it's kind of is a hopeful occasion because I know you all are serving in a real trying time, but you have a chance to do something very, as I said, hopeful for Santa Barbara Martinez Town by approving Resolution 2247, which is a purposing of federal money that's coming to the city. I think it's the last amount, $50 million, but this would put $4 million for a community center, which is something that Santa Barbara Martinez Town has been waiting many, many years for. And it's a neighborhood that's dealt with way more than its fair share of flooding and gentrification and challenges. So this is a chance to do something really positive and build the community's assets and infrastructure. So it was great to hear Loretta's emotion in her voice, because I know that the story behind this and how much work it's taken, and just really urge your support. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susie Gao.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, great. My name is Susie, and I'm a citizen living in the Northeast area of Albuquerque. And I'm here to speak against this whole safe open spaces agenda there. So there's nothing safe about this proposal. There was, the things the administration was talking about how safe this place is and those camps may be. And let me ask you, why don't you start with the Coronado Board, those clean up that area, make that open, a safe open space, and to show us, the taxpayers, they can make it work. But at this point, those camps at the Coronado Board, those become just a crime scene there. It's just terrible. So I definitely want to point out that this homeless camps idea, they do not work, and they have been implemented in many other cities.
and they just turn the cities into crime-riddled, third world cities. So it's not safe for the neighbors, for the people, and not safe for the children who live around that neighborhood. And so I understand that. And also another thing I want to point out that one of the council asked a question about, did the police arrest the people who commit a certain crime? But I want to point out that the answer was yes. However, those people are released to the street right away. So they're catch release. So even though they were, so that's why now our street full of crimes. Those
Thank you, Susie. Your
repeated
time is up.
people are on the street all the time. So that's why I'm here to absolutely oppose the homeless open
Thank you,
space
Susie.
agenda there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Horvath.
Good evening. I want to thank you, councilors. I think this is a very interesting meeting. I really appreciated listening to all your questions that you had of the officers and officials from the city. I think it was really necessary. And I'm glad you're reevaluating the safe outdoor space. As you can see, opening it up to all kinds of zoning throughout the city, it's a very impactful type of land use, and I'm not sure that's the right direction to go. Safe outdoor space, and Las Cruces, it's outside the city limits. Maybe we need to look at the West Side Shelter to do something as an experiment to see if it even works. They have 24-hour service, and they have food that they serve, and we could beef up the services. So that's a suggestion. Also, we need to deal with the mental health issue, and a lot of, when I talked about that to people, everybody agrees the mental health needs to be dealt with, and probably the drug issue is related to the mental health as a way to medicate themselves. Maybe we should look at the Gibson Gateway as a mental health hospital to deal with that. Another suggestion. Also, as you are asking questions, what do you do with felony and stuff? Do you arrest them? As we probably all seen in the paper, the jail is understaffed, and talking to people that have been there or worked there, drug runs rampant in that jail. So we need to kind of fix the jail situation. So thank you for your staying on top of things. I really appreciate it.
The next speaker is Lindsay Cutler.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Lindsay Cutler. I'm an attorney with the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty. I'm speaking this evening in regards to the tax preparer ordinance, R2255 on your agenda. We praised the city's adoption of the tax preparers ordinance last year. However, we stand in strong opposition to this council once again extending the stay of enforcement on that ordinance. This is an important consumer protection measure. It was passed with unanimous support in 2021, and it filled an important gap in consumer protections in our city. It was passed in order to ensure transparency in tax preparation, in order to ensure disclosure of fees and disclosure of qualifications. The stay on enforcement has prevented the city from implementing the ordinance and providing these consumer protections. And right now during this stay, the vast majority of tax preparation businesses of private tax preparers are out of compliance, both with our city business registration requirements and with the ordinance. Only about a quarter of tax preparers are registered as city businesses, and only about half of those still are in compliance with the tax preparers ordinance. When this stay on enforcement was first passed, council stated that it would act to amend the ordinance so it would be enforceable when this stay ended, yet we haven't seen action on that. And this most recent proposal was to extend the stay was just introduced this past Friday. So there has not been sufficient time for public input on this proposal. So for these reasons, we ask for council's opposition to this, the proposal to extend the tax preparers ordinance further. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Worrell. Jerry, are you there? Okay, we'll skip Jerry for now and come back. Our next speaker will be Ilsa Bill.
Good evening. People need long-term stability options. Traditional, permanent, affordable housing is the ideal, but it also remains aspirational as there never seem to be enough funds, units, vouchers, and importantly, willing landlords to house everyone. Does not take into account the growing number of folks who need stability right now. Folks who are habitually displaced and traumatized further through ongoing sweeps and the resultant guacamole situations. The housing crisis is an emergency inherited from previous sets of leadership who were also overwhelmed, unable or unwilling to address it as the emergency it so clearly is. Consequently, neighborhoods have had to carry the brunt of the impact with no real-time comprehensive solutions in sight, and they are becoming increasingly impatient with people who live without traditional walls. As elected officials, you have to listen to your constituents. I understand that. But now is also the time to take a stand and to refuse to let this untenable situation continue to simmer and grow. The folks outside are not going to magically disappear. It is your responsibility to your constituents and to Albuquerque as a whole to explore and adopt viable solutions now, especially those that have been proven in other parts of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see you now, Jerry. Please proceed with your comments.
Yes, Mr. President, councilors, I'm Jerry Worrell. I moved to Albuquerque in 2006 and immediately was greeted by Michael Astorga running around. We had the helicopters over the house. We had the shotgun under the bed. Now we had a break-in 5 doors away, woman held at gunpoint, and I called then Councillor Sanchez, which coming full circle, I had the opportunity this morning to call our current Councillor Louis Sanchez to express my total disbelief in the way the shooting into Reardon Baseball Stadium was handled last night. This is not the way to deal with the problem. Bullets can carry much further than the stadium itself, and the idea that someone is shooting into the stadium and children are present and bullets are flying around them, and the police chose or were instructed not to detain these 2 boys that were found with a gun in the glove compartment is the wrong way to handle it. I know you have agendas, and I urge you, Mr. President, to stop the agenda and proceed with how are we going to deal with this, because the neighbors will have to. I offered my services, and as many of you know, I've been active in the community since I moved here in 2006, and this is just unacceptable to me. We formed the neighborhood patrol here. We sent 2 of our neighbors through the police academy. We can reactivate the patrol. There's a lot of things that people will do, but we need leadership, and you need to provide it to us, and we need to understand how the situation happened and what we're going to do to resolve it. Thank you, Councillor Sanchez, for spending the time with me this morning, and I hope we can move this forward. Thank you.
Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Deputy Chief in reference to what happened out there. This is the 2nd incident that involves juveniles, and there was not an arrest made. And I think it's important that the citizens of Albuquerque know why exactly we're not making the arrests. We had 1 incident at Volcano Vista, and now we have this incident with other juveniles. I believe these individuals were young, under the age of to actually possess a weapon. So they were minors in possession, and yet they were not arrested.
Does someone?
Yeah, Councillor
Yeah,
Sanchez, President Ben, I can take that question. I'm sorry, I caught the tail end of that. You're asking about whether or not they're arrested or not. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the question.
So under the juvenile statutes and the way the JDC works is they have to be approved and meeting criteria for us to arrest under the juvenile statute. So even if we have charges, there's times where they're not going to go to jail even if they do have a gun. We had a juvenile at one of the high schools recently, where kind of the same thing, where he was caught in possession of a gun. We did make contact. That case got forwarded to the JDC, but no arrest was made in that case either. So there were certain cases where that decision is not made by law enforcement. We don't have the ability to drop them off and get them detained at JDC.
Can I ask a question?
No, Mr. Worrell, we're not going to open it up for round robin question. Are you finished with your questions, Councillor Sanchez?
The follow-up to that question is, do the officers have discretion at all to make an arrest anymore, or is that totally taken over by the DA's office? Because when I was a police officer, we actually had the discretion to make the arrest. Then that individual, even if they stayed at the institution, if they stayed at the juvenile detention center for even 1 hour, at least the arrest was made. They took the ride in the police car. They were able to, and then at that point, the rest of the system was used. And I understand exactly the way it worked back then. And I want to see why we couldn't make an arrest in either one of these cases. And also, is there no, do the officers not have any discretion at all to make the arrest? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Councilor Sanchez, thank you for your question. So in those cases where it's a juvenile arrestee, if it's an adult, we have the discretion to make that arrest. Under the way that the CYFD runs now, and it's become a national practice, they're calling it less harm to that individual, that child, for making an arrest under detention. So one of the things that's governed by that is CYFD has come up with the rules of, they do govern the rules of when we can and cannot make an arrest. We can arrest to a point for detention for the investigation, but as far as booking them into JDC, that has to be approved by the juvenile probation.
Thank you, DC Brown. One of the things that's going on now is the general public is very, very upset about police and APD not making these arrests and not actually doing what we're supposed to do. We always hear that we can make arrests, but we never see any arrests being made, and that's very, very concerning to me and concerning to the public. It's obvious that whoever was firing rounds had to have been actually directing those rounds, because they were impacting on the field, they were impacting the structures at the field, and they're very narrowly missing individuals that were actually playing ball on the field and the citizens that were watching the ball game. And it's very, very, very disturbing to me that we did not make an arrest, and why we can't. I think that's something that needs to be fixed. I think that's something that if it's our courts that are making those decisions, then the courts need to make some provisions to make sure that we actually have some consequences for these types of actions. I'll be doing some follow-up as well in reference to see if everything that you've told me is correct and true. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rudolph Serrano. Rudolph, you are muted. Maybe bring the microphone a little bit closer to you. Can't quite hear you, but you are muted now. It's very low. Do you have something covering your microphone? Sounds like maybe something's covering your microphone. Sorry, Mr. Serrano, we just kind of can't hear you at all. Yeah, Mr. Serrano, we have you signed up for another item on the agenda later, so possibly that'll work better later on. Thank you. Mr. Gilbert Speakman, I saw you with your hand raised. So this is general public comment. You were signed up for a bill later in the agenda. However, if you want to get your comments out of the way now, we'll allow you to do that right now.
Yes, my name's Gilbert Speakman. I was born and raised in Martineztown. And I would like for City Council to approve R22-47. Reason being is our neighborhood has been underserved. Our senior citizens don't have any type of services, as well as our children in the area. A lot of you city councilors that represent your areas, you enjoy, or your constituents enjoy a lot of the facilities like community centers, dances, services for the seniors, and things like that. Martineztown, I'm 66 years old now, and since I was born, I've been always wishing for a community center so we can go and enjoy ourselves and try to learn leadership skills with try to be employed with the city. But I would like to have Santa Barbara, Martineztown finally get put on the map of Albuquerque. We are a historical neighborhood, and we'd like to continue to be a historical neighborhood and get supported as that. We deserve the same respect as Old Town does, because we're neighbors and we share the same history. So please pass R22-47. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
We'll go ahead and take a 20-minute break, councilors, and hopefully get back, grab something to eat or whatever you need to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. right, everyone, we are back from our break. We're moving on to the administration question and answer period. We had a bunch of questions before, but now we have it open for other matters as well. So we'll start with Councillor Feeblecorn. Question for the biopark.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have some questions for the biopark. I hope someone's here that can answer them.
Looks like Brandon's here.
There I see. Hi, Mr. Gibson. Let me just start with asking, what's the point of the Heritage Farm exhibit at the biopark?
Council President Benton, Councillor Feeblecorn, good evening. I think the Heritage Farm exhibition at the biopark teaches lots of native New Mexicans and out-of-state visitors a lot about local flora, fauna, pollinators, heritage breed of animals historically, that from the tribes to the Pueblos to the Spanish to the Anglo settlers. It gives a look at what New Mexico looked like 100 years ago, and is a great learning opportunity for a lot of local habitat.
Thanks. How many animals do you have held captive at the Heritage Farm?
I would have to get that exact number for you, Councillor, of animals that are in human care at the biopark Heritage Farm exhibit.
And what kind of vet care do they receive?
Same as any other animal at the biopark. The chickens, the churro sheep, the horse, the cattle are under the same AZA rules and guidelines. They have a bird curator, a mammal curator, and vet staff and vet techs that take care of those animals daily.
Fascinating. Okay, Mr. Moya, if you could show a couple of the pictures that I sent. One would assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but all animals under any accreditation should receive fresh water at all times. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the picture on the left was taken on the 5th of this month. That was the only water available in the turkey exhibit. I did not believe it. So I went, that was a picture sent to me by a constituent. So I went on the 14th. The visit on the 5th was at 12:45 p.m. I went personally on the 14th, and the picture on the right is of that time. Again, filthy water, the only water available in the turkey exhibit. And in both of those visits, there was no water available for the sheep, period. So I would assume that that is not okay. It's certainly not okay with me. So I would like to see that that be remedied. There's a sign at the Heritage Farms exhibit that says that clean fresh water is available for all animals at all times. That is clearly not the case, and it's unacceptable. Mr. Moya, could you go to the next pictures, please? These are some pictures of the chickens, and I don't know if you can tell from these, but they are all missing feathers. Every single one of them. I sent these pictures to experts who run farmed animal sanctuaries, kind of places where animals like these that could get rescued from this place are gone or sent to live out their lives. And everyone responded back with, we don't know what's going on, but it's not good. There are 3 reasons that I've been told that all the chickens could have this bad of a missing feathers. It's either a bad ratio of male to female, and they're actually pecking each other. It's stress, and they're pecking themselves, pulling out their own feathers, or it's a bad diet. When I went, there was only the pellets. There was no greens, no fruits, no veggies, no nuts, no red chili pepper flakes, no grains, no worms, nothing but that regular pellets. Is that the normal diet for the chickens at the Heritage Farm exhibit?
Council President Benton and Councillor Feeblecorn, the diets for the chickens at the Heritage Farm are rich in calcium. They do include a lot of spinach. There is pellets, and the chickens also receive enrichment. They get to go free range in the herb fields and peck on insects as well. And to address the molting issue, that is a combination of factors, and our vet team has been keeping a close eye on it. A lot of the chickens are heritage breeds. They're older. They're definitely past the typical life expectancy span of those breeds. But these chickens have been dealing with some mites, and there's also some routine behavior from the pecking that increases in the hotter months. But the chickens are on antibiotics right now to help address the smolting, as well as receiving topical ointments to help as well. And when we do see behaviors, when maybe one is lower in the pecking order and getting pecked on frequently, we definitely separate those chickens out at times so they can properly recover and not be under stress or injury.
So if you're missing all the feathers on your back and you're still in the flock, then are they considered recovered? Are the animals in these photographs considered recovered?
Council President Benton and Councilor Feeblecorn, like I said, these animals are all under veterinarian care. They've been receiving care, various antibiotics, various topical ointments, high calcium diet, and this is something we're working towards to correct.
Okay, so not recovered, yet still in the same situation that they were in when they got this way. Okay, Mr. Moya, can you progress to the next one, please? This is a photograph of one of the roosters with extremely overgrown spurs, and he's missing his tail. And I'm just wondering, you know, has he seen a vet? Have we done anything about this situation, or is that like the others and he's under treatment and we'll hopefully see him get better at some point?
Council President Benton, Councilor Feeblecorn, I do not have our biopark veterinarian staff with us. And feel more than free to send us these questions in advance. We could definitely have our team here and the right representatives as opposed to having just a general biopark question. But if you would like to follow up with me, I'd be more than happy. Send these photos, send your questions, and we can have the vet team put together a status update of what's going on in more detail with the chickens and what I can answer.
We'll definitely be following up, but I do think that the citizens of Albuquerque have a right to know what's happening at the biopark. So next slide, please. These are the turkeys. And as you can see, every single one of them is missing feathers. And on the visit on the 5th of June, someone was witnessed that they were pulling out their own feathers, which by all the experts I've spoken to says that there's extreme stress happening. So again, every single turkey has this problem. Next slide. Also there on display are a bunch of sheep. And again, on the visit, my personal visit on the 14th, there was no water. I was there for 45 minutes. It was so hot that my phone overheated and I was unable to take additional photographs, yet these animals were there without any water. So again, not appropriate. On a visit in May, a citizen witnessed one of the sheep who was lying down and she defecated herself without even standing up, which definitely means that there is something going on. And I would like to know for sure when the last time they had a veterinary visit was. Next slide, Mr. Moya. There's also a horse being held there. And so we've witnessed he has a fly mask on, which seems to be irritating him. He has an open sore under his strap. He was witnessed on the 5th of June licking the walls, which is pretty much a sign of zoochosis if I've ever seen one. There was excrement running down his leg. He's limping. And he's in an enclosure that is unsanded logs, which is not the best for horse well-being. Next slide. These are the enclosures that they're in, but as you can see, they're mostly unshaded. There's an attempt to makeshift a little shade on the left one there. But as you can see, when it's hot outside, no one is coming out of the small enclosures. Next slide. And this is the view from inside. So I just question the value of having these animals on display when you walk in and you have to literally slide your phone between these slots to even see the animals and take photographs. So I don't see how this display is helping the mission of the biopark, which I was under the impression was conservation and research, providing a comprehensive environmental park for the city of Albuquerque. I don't see how this is helpful, but I am requesting officially that these animals be seen by an actual veterinarian, clearly not the veterinarians that are caring for them now. I would like an independent survey of if they are okay. I would like to be present at that visit. And then I would like to discuss a plan to release these animals to sanctuary because they are clearly not getting this care they need here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. Next is Councilor Sanchez with questions for the administration.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is for Mr. Rael. I have reason to drive by Central and Tingley where the young boy Pinoy was killed by a motor vehicle accident, and that's a pretty busy intersection. And for maybe a couple of weeks, there was a sign out there that said to slow down in reference to the traffic situation, but that sign has been removed. And I still don't know what's going on with the traffic studies. It's already been like, I think, 5 months since his passing, and nothing really has been done except for one sign that was put out there, and now it's gone. So my question is, when are we going to get traffic calming signs, etc., in that area? Because right now, in the middle of summer, we have lots of people on the weekends and in the afternoons and evenings walking that same path every single day crossing Central.
Mr. Rael, are you there?
Yeah, Mr. President, apologize. I was talking to Mr. Montoya here. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Council President. Mr. Montoya is here and he can give us an update on the signs that have been ordered for that corridor and what we're doing as it relates to the traffic calming issue related to that area.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, I apologize, I'm running down the hall, so let me just catch my breath real quick. So Councilor Sanchez, I'm not sure, I didn't hear all your first part of the question. Had to do with this trailer, is that what we were asking about first? At New York and Central, and then the second is the permanent signs that are going to be installed. And I think we had sent you a message that those were ordered. There is a backlog as far as lead time for a lot of the signals and signs that we're putting up. However, those are expected to be in by the latter part of July. We have one going eastbound and one going westbound. In addition, within the next couple of weeks, we have striping at New York and striping at Tingley. And then I think you had asked for us to look at any sort of measures, whether they be speed tables, speed bumps, any of those sort of things. I think we've determined, at least our engineering team has determined, because Central is such a busy corridor that there really aren't any measures of that sort that we could install in that area. But I'll have to look at, if your question was the trailer removed? I don't know if it was or wasn't as of this morning. I will find out for you.
As of last week sometime, the trailer has been gone. It's been gone for probably at least a week. And right now there is nothing at all at intersection. And on the weekends, Friday afternoons, even in the evenings now, there's people crossing back and forth, and it is still extremely dangerous area, and we need to do something about it and at least keep the trailer there, because I think that's actually at least helping until we get some permanent traffic calming measures out there. I think it's very important. I don't want to see another incident happen, and there is a lot of people crossing the street currently. So if you can let me know why the trailer was removed, I'd really appreciate it.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, I will have that answer for you tomorrow morning. In addition, I might just add that one of the speed cameras is scheduled for installation in that corridor between New York and Tingley. I know Councilor Benton, you were quite interested in having that installed. That is on order. That's the remaining 4 or 5 that will make our total of 10. We should have that by midsummer as well. So, but again, Councilor Sanchez, I will get an answer for you on the trailer itself.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilor Sanchez, for bringing this up. I had asked previously about the speed camera, and it's good to hear that's in the works. I do I guess I would like to know more about the criteria on this speed table. You know, it seems like the intersection of New York and maybe Tingley, but especially New York and Central, you know, where people come around that bend. And, you know, some of our traffic calming consultants we have over the years have said people actually accelerate when they see a bend up ahead. You know, they think maybe they're Mario Andretti or something. And they're going to step on it and go around that bend, and it feels great to them or whatever. But the speeds are, you know, I think if we were to do a speed study, it would be astounding, the speeds that are going through that segment. And I would like to just understand the engineering criteria by which we say we could not do a speed table in there. And so, you know, maybe you don't have to answer that question now, Director, but let's talk about that some more. I just like to see what that criteria is, and we might want to get a second opinion on it, because my old joke is, yeah, you know, engineers are sort of like lawyers, you know, could pretty much get one to say what you're asking them to say. So, you know, that it's not a funny joke when somebody died in that area, but I do question whether we can't do more with some vertical traffic calming on that roadway. And I did want to just a little bit report of my own. I have been working with the biopark on getting street trees placed in front of the aquarium, and I do think that will help. You know, I know somebody ridiculed that, but it's been proven. You can look at any of the literature on the traffic calming, and they will say that street trees are effective. You know, they're not going to fix everybody, but they're psychologically effective in slowing people down. Thanks for bringing it up, Councilor. Any other questions for the administration? If not, we will move on to Vice President Lewis, the Journal.
Move approval of the Journal, Mr. President.
Is there a second? A second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. There's a motion and a second for approval of the June 6th Journal. Because we're on Zoom, we'll go back to the roll call vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Peebles-Corn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on approval of Journal.
Thank you. We'll move on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I have a couple. I'll move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 98 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 98 is the supplemental agreement with Guidehouse for ARPA fund management services. This will require a 2/3 vote. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Peebles-Corn and Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Peebles-Corn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
And neglected to state on that suspension of the rules does require a 2/3 majority vote. And as does the next one. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 99 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 99 is Aero Charter and Transport Incorporated Hangar Lease Agreement. Second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Peebles-Corn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout. Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez. Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R55 on tonight's agenda for action. R55 extends the stay of enforcement of the Albuquerque Tax Repair Consumer Rights Ordinance.
I'll second that motion. And again, the suspension of the rules requiring 2/3 vote.
Councilor
Is it-
Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
No.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No,
Passes 7-2.
thank you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move that make a motion R38 be pulled out of the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee and be placed on the August 1st council agenda. That is the resolution designated the University MRA area and making those findings.
I'll second that.
Second from Councilor Jones, I believe that was.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
Next is Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R56 and placing it on the August 1st council agenda. R56 is establishing a moratorium for safe outdoor spaces as regulated in the Integrated Development Ordinance for a period of 12 months or until the Integrated Development Ordinance is amended, whichever occurs first.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Grout. And Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
No.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
No.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
That motion fails on a 5-4 vote.
All right, next is also Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing O33 and referring it to the Environmental Planning Commission. O33 is amending section 1416, the Integrated Development Ordinance, to remove all references to safe outdoor spaces.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Grout. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
No.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
No.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Motion fails on a 5-4 vote.
All right. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
I'll second that motion. Councilor Ms. Ortega, call the vote.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
No.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
All right, now we're on to reports of committees. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, June 14th, and reports out the following items in the matter of OC-6, that receipt be noted. In the matter of O-31, that it do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
A second from Councilor Bassan. And Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
So yes.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena, Yes. Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
All right, we'll move to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Councillor Bassan.
Mr. President, O29 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque Industrial Revenue Bond, Able Grid Project, Series 2022, in the maximum principal amount of $95 million. I move a deferral until August 1st.
There's a motion for deferral and a second from Councillor Grout. Thank you. Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral.
All right, thank you. We're now on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes, councilors, to the consent agenda?
Mr. President.
Yes, Councillor Bassan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. My apologies.
Okay. Any changes to the consent agenda, councilors? Seeing none. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. Vice President Lewis.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
And, Councillor Bassan is seconding that motion. Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
No.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. We'll move now to announcements. Councillor Bassan.
Mr. President, the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Government Commission plus APS meeting scheduled for Thursday, June 23rd is canceled.
Thank you. And we have no public hearings tonight. We'll move to approvals. Item A, this is EC 66, Revenue and Expense Report for second quarter fiscal year 2022 and quarterly savings use report. I move that receipt be noted. Second from Councilor Davis. And any discussion, councils or questions? If not, Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
All right, next is EC 92, the appointment of Lauren Keefe to the position of city attorney. I will move confirmation. A second from Councilor Davis. Is there anyone signed up to speak? And would the administration like to speak? If not, I would certainly want to hear from Ms. Keefe.
Yes, thank you, Council President and councilors. I'm really happy to be here. I know since I have been at the city for a few months, I've had an opportunity to work with some of you and meet with some of you, but I don't know if all of you really know my background, so just wanted to introduce myself a little bit. I graduated from the University of New Mexico School of Law in 2001. And I spent most of my career at a local, a private firm here in Albuquerque at Pfeiffer, Hansen and Mullins, which is now Pfeiffer, Hansen, Mullins and Baker. And I did litigation and only litigation, but I didn't really specialize. In fact, over the 15 years I was there, I did a really wide variety of cases, which I eventually came to learn was excellent training, because it really set me up to have a skill to be able to delve into a new topic, into an area that I really didn't know anything about, which has both been helpful here at the city in the last 4 months, because I don't necessarily know every topic that, for municipal law, and it's just in general helpful. The city is often presented with new areas that it itself has not had to deal with. So I found that skill very useful in applying here at the city. I did do a lot of employment cases at that firm, and so that's also been helpful because, as you know, we regularly work on employment areas here. I handled a number of complex class actions, and some of my final cases were helping the state fight some tax refund claims where some large international corporations were seeking to avoid paying New Mexico gross receipts tax. And I'm proud to, that's really one of the proudest moments of my career, because I was able to defeat those claims and prevent that from happening to the state. I came to the city in January. I've primarily been working with the policy division and working on issues related to the CASA and working very closely and directly with APD, which has been very rewarding. And I've been working with them to help develop a strategy to help us come to an end of the CASA. You know, I think we're looking at a 2-year plan, but to find our way, to work our way out and to come into full compliance. I've also just been delighted to work with the team of attorneys here. I've been very impressed with their work and their skills, and I'm really excited to continue working with them in the future. I don't have plans for any kind of grand overhaul for city legal. I really just want to keep us moving forward and make sure that city legal provides high quality legal services to the administration and to council and to the city as a whole. In some of that, I would like to focus on training. Over the past 4 years, I know that Mr. Aguilar focused on bringing in new attorneys, increasing the number of attorneys so that we could reduce the number of outside counsel contracts. I just want to make sure that we train those attorneys so they can continue to do that, so we can sustain that model that he developed. I want to take a look at the technology that we're using. I think that perhaps there is some technology out there that may be appropriate for a city of our size and that we could use to be more efficient. And I want to look at that balance of outside counsel to in-house attorneys. I think it's probably pretty good, but we want to always be looking at that and always make sure that we have the right balance for the city. And I just generally want to identify ways that we can continue to provide high quality legal services for the city. So I appreciate your consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. We have questions from Councillor Davis, followed by Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I have any specific questions for Ms. Keefe. I just want to endorse her confirmation this evening and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I've known Ms. Keefe through all kinds of other places for a number of years and always found her to be excellent, and was incredibly encouraged and excited to see that she had joined the city attorney's office to help us work through some of the most complicated litigation the city's ever encountered. Specifically, Ms. Keefe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think really brought in to help us up our game on the DOJ CASA projects and some of the delinquency in our compliance. And I think some of the work and your approach with DOJ and your colleagues, not solely yours, but certainly with some of the new talent and some of the folks with lots of experience. I think you've really helped to guide that to a different level. And I appreciate it. I think the results speak for themselves, and I'm excited to see us continuing to do that. And I appreciate that. I encourage my colleagues to support this nomination. I think she will be an excellent city attorney. And as we always say, Ms. Keefe, we want to remind our city attorney that they work for the city, as you well know, with given experience. So you're not coming in without the benefit of experience, really providing sometimes uncomfortable and unpopular advice, both to the city council, to the mayor, and to various departments when they don't all agree, is the most challenging part of that job. And I do hope you'll continue to have conversations with us, with the mayor, with departments, and help us navigate these issues. I appreciate your transparency and your willingness to speak with us up to this point, and I hope that will continue. So thank you, and encourage my colleagues to support you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had occasion to have Ms. Keefe in my office for probably about 2 hours recently, and we had a lot of discussion. And I asked her some very, very hard questions in reference to the administration and how several things are going. And I got a lot of, I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. Probably about 3 or 4 questions that I asked. And I can pull my notes and specifically give you the information, but that'll take some time. So I will not be voting for Ms. Keefe, since in my opinion, that dealing with the elections, the integrity of our elections in the city and our city government are just extremely, extremely important. Ms. Keefe, for such a position of power and serving the people, after her paid cozy relationship with the Mayor Keller administration and the political campaign, along with City Clerk Ethan Watson, and that she was actually part of that. She was the mayor's personal election attorney, and she pushed the mayor's political agenda, which I felt specifically. I know how it feels to be in a position where corruption it happens, and I just don't want to see these kinds of things happen again. I think I've called it out. I've said it. We had a city clerk and a city attorney who didn't do their job when I was needing to be appointed, and I honestly believe that there was some ties in because of her being the mayor's attorney during the election. I just don't think that we have the transparency that we need by having Ms. Keefe in office. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Ms. Keefe, would you describe your approach, if you were nominated city attorney, your approach to the consent decree, and specifically your role in helping to bring about an end to that agreement?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Lewis. We are looking at the remaining paragraphs, the paragraphs that are not currently in compliance, and there's 81 or 82 paragraphs, and kind of dividing them into categories. Some where we think that we need clarification in the language of the paragraph itself. Some where we believe we need some clarification from the monitor as to why it is we're not in compliance or what it is we need to do to get in compliance. And then there are some where APD needs to work on getting into compliance. And even within that, there's 2 categories. We have hired a new data director, or the city has hired, the APD has hired a new data director. And some of those paragraphs, we actually believe we are complying, but that APD cannot yet generate data that will show that it's compliant. And so what we're doing is working on developing a system so that we can create data and show the compliance. And on some others, we just, we need to continue working toward compliance internally.
In your opinion, would you put a timeline on how you see an end to the decree?
Well, the chief has said publicly he's hoping for 2 years, which is really 3 more monitoring periods after this current monitoring period, this current monitoring period is halfway over. And so that's the goal that we've established, and I think that's a realistic goal.
Any other questions? Yeah, I will say that I've not known Ms. Keefe for a very long time, just her time here with the city, but having attended some of the monitors briefings with her, and just my interview with her, which I asked the same question I always ask of the city attorneys when they come in and they want to be confirmed. I say, who do you work for? And they say, well, they always say correctly, I work for the administration and for the council. And then I ask the question, well, depending on who gets to you first to get an opinion, isn't that sort of baked in? And so I'll ask that again publicly, Ms. Keefe, and let you answer that question.
Thank you, Council President Benton. And I do know that that's the concern of all of the councilors. And I've heard that from many people, and I understand that. And of course, yes, I understand that under the charter, the city attorney represents both the administration and the city councilor. And the way I've heard it described that I think is accurate is that the city attorney represents the city and has to consider the city's best interest. It certainly will come up that the administration will ask for an opinion before a councilor does, and we have already issued an opinion on a certain subject matter. I mean, one way I think of it is that, you know, I just want to try to be straightforward, and my opinion shouldn't change. If I'm being asked to interpret an existing ordinance, I'm going to give the same answer to the mayor that I will give to the councilor. But I would say that at a certain point, when, you know, when a contentious issue is in front of all of us, and the council doesn't feel comfortable or doesn't feel adequately represented, I think we can address that. And we can bring in outside counsel to be sure that everyone is fully represented and everyone has legal advice. I think part of our duty in representing the council is making sure that you feel comfortable, that you feel represented. And if that's what's necessary to do that, that's what we'll do.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, it is, it's the nature of this form, you know, somewhat unique form of city government that we have compared to the most, that there would be these kind of built-in conflicts. And I've been around long enough to see several times where we did go ahead and, with the assistance of the city attorney's office, hire outside counsel for the city council's viewpoint and specific advice. Let's see. Next is Councillor Grout, and then Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lauren, I'm excited for you to become the city attorney. My time that I've had to interact with you has been positive. Working specifically with the DOJ and trying to get that resolved and move forward has been a pleasure. I've found you easy to work with and very forthcoming. So I look forward to that continued relationship for us.
Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Mr. President, Ms. Keefe, one of the questions that came up earlier this evening was regarding the Ninth Circuit Court and the ruling that the administration uses often, that I guess, so to speak, you know, handcuffing us and being able to enforce some of our existing laws when it comes to, you know, unsheltered people living on the streets. And so could you, I thought I'd by chance ask you this, I mean, do you or could you give some clarity to how that is applied specifically to Albuquerque, meaning the ratio of open beds, vacant beds available to those that are living on the streets, and our ability to be able to, as opposed to either those that want to or are willing to utilize those beds, or just the estimated amount of people that are homeless on the streets of Albuquerque right now. And so, again, there was a question earlier about giving some specific clarity and direction to the administration on that. I mean, do you feel like you could give clarity to that, and can you give direction to the administration, and what direction would you give the administration in regard to that?
Yeah. Council President, Councilor Lewis, thank you for the question. Yes, and I know that we have discussed the Boise case previously, and of course that it is a Ninth Circuit case. It's not, and we are in the 10th Circuit, so we don't know the extent to which the 10th Circuit would adopt the same analysis. But because we don't know that at this point, it is something that we always keep in mind, and we want to be sure that the administration keeps in mind as it's proceeding and as it's developing its policies. Generally speaking, you know, as you've heard in the presentations, not just tonight, but previously, generally speaking, there are beds available on any given day in Albuquerque. But now how the courts, for example, how the courts will treat WEC given the distance and given the transportation issues would be hard to predict. I do think that McClendon may be the more significant obstacle than the Martin versus Boise case, and that the McClendon restrictions do limit our ability in some instances to you know, to make certain arrests. And so
On
that's,
the-
yeah.
Mr. President, on the Ninth Circuit issue, would you give the administration caution? Or would you advise them to exercise your policies and we'll defend what comes our way?
The way I look at it as city legal is that I always have to give caution, but I have to say, this case is out there. This case is from the Ninth Circuit. It may or may not apply. And then it really becomes a policy decision as to whether to say, well, we're going to adopt policies regardless, or we're going to follow, as a matter of caution, follow the Martin Boise framework.
Mr. President, if it's unclear and if it's something that you don't have a clear direction on, then the administration could pick a policy, and as the attorney, you'd be willing to defend that policy.
Yes, once the administration picks a policy, and we'll defend that policy if it is challenged.
All right, let's see. We have Councillor Jones next.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. I apologize for the crazy picture here. I can't seem to get everything right, but thank you for spending quite a bit of time with me this week and answering my questions and allowing me to get to know you and form an opinion about what I think you can do and how you handle things. And I'm very grateful for that. It's nice to know the people for whom we are voting and putting our lives in your hands. So thank you again for your time and your great responses and getting to know you. So thank you, Ms. Keith.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? All right. Ms. Keith, we appreciate your willingness to join. Well, you already joined us, but now you're going to get a title in front of your name. It will be more fun that way, I'm sure. Yeah, we do have a motion and a second for the confirmation of the appointment. And seeing no other comments, we'll go to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Mr. Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
No.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
No.
Councillor Sanchez.
No.
Sorry, you're cutting out. Is that a no vote?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Keith.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll move on to OC 11. This is the selection of the Executive Director of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. I move confirmation. And there's a second from Councillor Bassan. Thank you. And is there anyone signed up to speak? Okay. And Ms. Ewing is with us. We'll get her on here.
My apologies, I'm having a little difficulty starting the video.
Well, that's fine. You can go ahead and speak to us on the audio if you like. We'd love to hear your take on the position and a little bit about you further.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council President, members of the council. It is a pleasure to be here tonight, and I do appreciate you taking the time to consider my nomination. For those of you I haven't had a chance to speak with, just a little bit of my background. I graduated from the University of Texas School of Law in 2008. I was in private practice for a while in Portland, focusing on insurance defense before coming back to New Mexico. And I have worked as a public defender in the state of New Mexico, starting in Albuquerque in 2013. And I have been working as the district defender in the 5th Judicial District, namely our Roswell and Carlsbad offices, for the last 5.5 years. In that time, I've defended everything from jaywalking and minor traffic cases all the way up to murder. While I was in Albuquerque, I joined the office around the time that the DOJ investigation of APD started. And so that was always sort of part of it, the background of my practice while I was working in the Albuquerque office. Like I said, as the district defender in the 5th, I've been managing our Roswell and Carlsbad offices for the last 5.5 years. I look forward to and appreciate the opportunity to be considered for the executive director position. I really look forward to the opportunity to work with the agency and the board to bring the CPOA into the sort of compliance along the timelines that's been set out by APD. I think that we are all on the same page that we want to work together diligently to ensure that the DOJ is willing and able to leave Albuquerque at the earliest possible opportunity, and that we can resume supervision of our own police force without the additional federal oversight. I, pardon me. I also look forward to working with and forging positive relationships between the CPOA and APD and the Police Officers Association. And at this point, I stand open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. We also have the board chair, Ms. French, with us, and I thought we would hear from her before we go to questions and answers. Ms. French.
Yes, I'm asking the council to absolutely confirm Ms. Ewing, as she was selected by the board. We had the opportunity to interview her twice. We were very impressed both times, but mostly we were impressed with her background, her resume, and her extensive knowledge in investigations, law enforcement, dealing with judges, community, supervising 30 people. The agency only has, I think, 11 employees, but we were very impressed with her, and she absolutely was our top choice. And we're asking that you absolutely confirm the board's selection for our executive director. We would like to move forward as soon as possible. This position, I think the circular went out almost a year ago. So we are anxious and very and looking very forward to filling this much needed position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. And so we'll go to questions from councilors, starting with Councillor Sanchez, followed by Councillor Bassan.
Hi, Ms. Ewing. I have a question in reference to the fact that you're a public defender. Council Services last time actually excused a public defender from actually being on the board, and now all of a sudden you're here, another public defender. So I'm just a little bit not sure how you're gonna react to being able to be in a position where as a public defender you have access on the opposite side of the police officers in reference to crimes, in reference to incidents that have occurred, and I want to know how you are going to manage a set of circumstances being on our CPOA and deal with certain issues and keeping the biases of you being a public defender and then the access that you would have in dealing with these cases. So how would you deal with it, and how would you keep yourself in a neutral, transparent position from your position right now or your post that you've had in the past, and also your contacts?
Of course. Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Sanchez. As a public defender, I obviously have worked in courts around the state, as you noted, on the opposite side of officers. However, that's not the purpose of this job, and that's not the intention of my application for this job. Both I and public defenders have legal ethical obligations not to cross certain lines. I wouldn't be able to inquire to former colleagues about what was going on with their cases, because quite frankly, it would be inappropriate for them to have those conversations with me in terms of questions of confidentiality for their clients. And it also would be outside the scope of my job to do so. There are defined parameters both in the CASA, in the establishing statutes setting out the and establishing the CPOA, and also in the collective bargaining agreement with the police officers that have to guide the job I do. And I take very seriously those obligations, because those are at the heart of what this job is. And if I'm not conducting investigations pursuant to all of those guidelines and statutes, nothing that comes out of my office can hold any water. No decisions can be taken seriously. And frankly, it would contribute to giving the DOJ a reason to continue monitoring us if we didn't act as independently and impartially as is envisioned by the statutes and agreements that I described.
Thank you. You're going to actually be working with Albuquerque police officers who do not feel comfortable working with a former public defender. How are you going to make sure that these officers feel comfortable with you on a board that's going to be making decisions about their employment and how they handle certain scenes or situations?
All I can do is provide them with the utmost openness and transparency and give them the opportunity to develop the trust that they need to have in me. Because quite frankly, that sort of thing shouldn't be handed over without question. I'm always going to do my best to be available to people who have concerns and questions, because part of the statutory obligation of the agency is community outreach, and our officers aren't just the people being overseen, they're members of the community. But beyond that, all I can do is promise to be as open and transparent as I can, as I've discussed with you in our previous conversations. As a public defender, I am a tremendous believer in the constitutional principle that everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty. The Constitution applies to everybody, and that includes the police. And the only way that they're going to get to develop that trust is by my behaving in a trustworthy manner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next is Councillor Bassan.
Mr. President, my question actually might, if Chair French would be willing to answer, I just was curious what the process was for the selection, with how you all put out for applications in the process for the interviews and selection process.
So the process was, the circular was put out by HR with the job description and responsibilities. Then after HR screened the applicants that they believe met minimum qualifications, they forwarded those applications to the board. All applicants that met minimum qualifications, the board interviewed all of them. The board then proceeded with interview questions from each board member. All applicants were asked the same questions. We did not ask any applicant a different question. All of them were treated fairly and equally through the entire process. At the end of the process, we went into executive session, discussed how we felt that they answered the questions. We had a score sheet, and then each person gave their total score. The scores were added up. The person with the highest score was selected. That was the process.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. President, one more question for Ms. Ewing. Ms. Ewing, I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to personally talk to you before tonight. Have you met with the policy analysts and agency staff as well?
Mr. President, Councillor Bosson, thank you so much for the question. No, I haven't. I particularly thought that meeting with agency staff before the City Council had had its opportunity to confirm my appointment would be premature. It seemed to me rather presumptuous to ask these people to take time out of their day to meet with me when there's no certainty what the vote of this council will be. And I didn't think that that would be the most respectful use of their time.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more follow-up to that. I respect that aspect of it. And then I also wonder how it's going to work when you are potentially running the agency with all of these other people underneath you and nobody's ever met or spoken to one another too. So it's two sides of the coin, but it works both ways as far as some of the concerns involved.
Of course. When I started down here, I hadn't really met any of the attorneys or support staff who would be working for me in the Roswell or Carlsbad offices. And my approach there, that I would expect to be my approach here, was to sit down with everybody individually as I got started and get to know what their thoughts and concerns were, both about the agency as it exists and about my coming in. I don't believe that it's a tenet of good leadership to just come in and start making changes without talking to people. I firmly believe in getting to know the people you're working with and getting to understand what their concerns are as the current subject matter experts, as the people who have been on the ground far longer than you, before making any decisions or making any changes, because you have to be able to learn from and respect the staff that you are coming into, because they're the heart and soul of the agency, and they're the people that you're going to have to count on to complete the work of the agency.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? I want to thank you, Ms. Ewing, for your interest in serving the city.
Thank you.
All right. Did we get a motion in a second? Okay, there's a motion in a second for the confirmation of Ms. Ewing to be the executive director of the CPOA. We'll go to a vote with Ms. Ortega calling the vote.
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grout?
Yes.
Councillor Jones?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
No.
Councillor Pena? Councillor Pena? Excused. Councillor Sanchez?
No.
Councillor Benton?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Councillor Pena, that's a yes.
Yes, I'm having bad internet.
That's okay. Councillor Sanchez, I had you against. Councillor Benton?
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Ewing.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to getting to know you better and working with you. We'll move on now to EC 98 supplemental agreement with Guidehouse for ARPA fund management services. I move approval. The second from Council Feeblecorn, thank you. And do we have anyone signed up to speak? Administration have any comments on this? Councilors, questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. We'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes,
9-0.
thank you. We'll move now to final actions. Council Fablecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is 018, amending the Albuquerque retailers, meat markets, and wholesalers ordinance to revise inspection frequency, update permit processes, revise fees procedures, and to regulate edible cannabis products. I move it to pass.
And I will second that motion. And Councillor, you have an amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, there's a amendment by Councillor Davis.
Correct.
I
Councillor
do,
Davis.
Mr. President. I'm trying to pull it up now, or if Mr. Moya can share it, I'm happy to present it. Thank you, Mr. Moya. I appreciate your help. Mr. President, I believe this would be floor amendment number 1. This simply makes a distinction between processed and finished products, things like edibles that are created like food products, and the raw cannabis flower that's harvested and sent directly to sale. It's not the city or the state's intent to require these, like the raw flower that's processed and already tested by the state, to fall under additional testing or regulation by the city if it's not otherwise changed after that statewide test. So I would move floor amendment number 1.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Councillor Feeblecorn. Any discussion, councilors, on the amendment? We'll go to a vote then on amendment number 1.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
No.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
All right, we're back on the bill. Anyone signed up to speak on this, Julian? No? And administration have any comments? I don't believe so. So we will, councilors, if there are no other questions or comments, we'll move to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
All right, thanks, councilors. We'll move to now 019, Councillor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. 019 is amending the Albuquerque Food Sanitation Ordinance to update permit processes, revise fee procedures, and to regulate edible cannabis products. I move it to pass.
And there's a second from Councillor Bassan. Thank you. The motion and a second for a due pass, and we do have an amendment, but also by Councillor Davis. This will be a floor amendment number 1.
Ditto, Mr. President. This floor amendment number 1 does exactly what we did in the other ordinance.
All right. And there's a second. Did we get a second on the floor on the amendment? I'll second that floor amendment.
Thank you.
And any other questions or comments from councilors? Councillor Grout.
Thank you. I just, Mr. President, I have a question. Does this update change the frequency of food safety inspections?
We have someone at the administration that might be able to answer that.
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, it doesn't change anything in the amendment, but the actual update to the ordinance would align it with the other ordinances that we have. So we're just trying to make sure that we're not obligated to be in any of these inspections more frequently than we would be for any other type of food service. So it's actually just aligning the 2 ordinances with the frequency.
Very good. Thank you.
Questions? Any other questions or comments, Councilor? There's a motion and a second for the amendment. All and Councilor Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
All right. Any other questions? Councillor Rout, do you have another question? Oh, okay. All right, so we're back on the bill as amended. If there are no other questions, we will, or comments or closings, we'll go ahead to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout, Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez, Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
That might have been a commentary.
He always sneaks one in every meeting.
Okay, so we will move on to item C, Councillor Grout.
Mr. President, 027 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque Industrial Revenue Bond, Blue Halo Project Series 2022, in the maximum principal amount of $16,175,675 to provide funds to finance the renovation, development, improvement, and equipping of a facility including office complex, laboratories, manufacturing facilities, test areas, and secure spaces for an integrated technology company. I move it to pass.
And you have a second from Councillor Feeblecorn. And we do have some folks signed up to speak. And we have folks from Economic Development, and then I believe from Blue Halo and others. So let's go ahead and hear from Economic Development Department, Mr. Chavez and Ms. Abeta.
Good evening. Thank you, President Bitten and councilors, for allowing us to present tonight. Today, we have 2 economic development incentive transactions for your consideration. The project for Blue Halo LLC involves both a LEDA component and an industrial revenue bond. And with your permission, we would like to make one presentation for both transactions. Blue Halo is an integrated technology company using advanced engineering to address the most complex challenges facing the national security community. The company has 260 existing employees locally, and they intend to increase their employment by adding 64 new jobs with an average salary of $90,000. 60 to 70% of those jobs are expected to be filled by Albuquerque residents. The new jobs are expected to fill gaps in engineering and manufacturing, and this expansion represents a huge win for Albuquerque in a high growth industry. Now I'll pass it over to Chris Chavez to complete the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Director Abeta. Good evening, President Benton and councilors. Blue Halo is a manufacturer of advanced products for the national security community in the domain of space superiority, directed energy, air and missile defense, specialized training and simulation, from research and development all the way through deployment. They're headquartered in Arlington, Virginia, and have offices in 11 states. In July of 2021, it was announced that Blue Halo had selected Albuquerque for a new state-of-the-art campus. For months prior to that commitment, the city, state, and area worked closely with the company at creating a comprehensive incentive package to support their expansion. The company is requesting $16.175 million in industrial revenue bonds to assist with the improvement of an existing building to accommodate their growth. And on the LEDA side, Blue Halo is seeking LEDA funding in the amount of $2.5 million. The state has agreed to provide $2.25 million, and the city proposes to provide an additional $250,000. The city would serve as a fiscal agent for the state's LEDA funds. The company is renovating the old K-Tech building within the Sandia Science and Technology Park at 10,008 Gibson Boulevard. The campus will include approximately 73,000 square feet outfitted for office and labs, manufacturing, test areas, and other secure spaces. This is an allowable use per the city's integrated development ordinance. And the IRB packet includes a fiscal impact analysis, which uses a 20-year bond rate of 3.25%, leading to an expected yield of more than $1.5 million in additional dollars to the city after 20 years. The tax abatement for the IRB would be 95% for both real and personal property. IRB 22-4 is a qualified project as is defined by the state's industrial revenue bond ordinance. The LEDA packet includes fiscal impact analysis provided to the city from the state of New Mexico. The analysis shows that the company will be making a substantial contribution to the community. Overall, the city will receive approximately $29 million in net benefits over the 10-year period, and the project will generate over $127 million in total for all taxing districts. LEDA 22-7 is a qualified project as defined by the state's Local Economic Development Act and city enabling legislation. It complies with the adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities and objectives. Based on the above findings, staff recommends the approval of IRB 22-4 and LEDA 22-7 as proposed in the project plan applications. And then finally, we're just thrilled that the company has made this commitment to the city and this huge investment by creating these high-paying jobs. And we want to thank Steve Canine and the whole Blue Halo team. And then finally, we want to thank AREA and the state for their hard work on this project. And lastly, we want to thank President Benton and the entire City Council for your consideration today. And then Steve Canine with Blue Halo does wish to speak, if that's okay, Mr. President.
Yes, please, Mr. Canine.
Mr. President, members of the council, it's indeed an honor to be here tonight. And on behalf of Blue Halo, I am glad and happy to extend our sincere thanks for the support we've received from the city of Albuquerque and the state of New Mexico. That your significant support has made all this possible. And I particularly like to thank Councillor Grout, our representative on the council, Chris Chavez, my partner in this, navigating the process that goes along with this activity, and the state and area economic development folks. These combined teams have made this possible, and without their support, we couldn't be here tonight. And with that in mind, and as a continued sign of Blue Halo's continued commitment to sustaining and creating high-wage technology and manufacturing jobs here in Albuquerque, we're excited to announce that we have signed a new lease for an entire, another additional full building of 83,000 square feet in the Sandia Science and Tech Park. This new facility will increase Blue Halo's footprint in Albuquerque to over 200,000 square feet and will accommodate our current and anticipated growth in the near term. We're very excited to extend our footprint here and to be a member of the community going forward. So thank you again on behalf of Blue Halo, and a formal announcement about that new lease will be forthcoming. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Canine. And I guess we have a couple other folks wishing to speak. Max Gruner from the State Economic Development Department. Hello, Max.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. Thank you so much. Like always, the partnership between city, state, and our local nonprofit EDO area, absolutely remarkable. From the state perspective, we couldn't be more pleased to welcome Blue Halo into the Albuquerque fold. I won't steal your thunder. I won't put your announcement on my Facebook page. I'll leave that to you. I say this frequently. The reason we economic developers get up in the morning is to create well-paying, predictable, long-lasting jobs for New Mexicans. And what Blue Halo is bringing to the community is exactly that. So I would respectfully urge the council to approve both the IRB and the LEDA. And again, Chris Chavez, thank you for all your work. and Danielle Casey from area, who I believe will also be speaking. We couldn't do it without our partners. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now have Danielle Casey from the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance.
Good evening, Mr. President and City Council members. It's an honor and a privilege to speak very briefly tonight. I would just love to echo the comments of all of your wonderful staff and my colleagues online. We couldn't do this independently without each other. And I'll just add another little bullet point on top of all the other wonderful things that have been said. The addition of these 64 jobs to Blue Halo's workforce alone gives you an economic impact of more than $500 million over the next 10 years. That's huge. But over the next decade, their entire impact to the region is more than 3.2 billion. So it's unbelievably significant. And I'd love to share that Blue Halo actually spoke to area's contributors and partners at an event back in September and shared a little bit about their tremendous corporate citizenry. They make a difference by participating with Roadrunner Food Bank, the UNM Local Launch Team, as well as the New Mexico School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. They committed their 3D printers to creating polyester filament masks for local frontline healthcare staff during the pandemic. This is a business we want in our community. Thrilled about their expansion. And I, again, echo other comments and urge you to approve both the LEDA and IRB applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. And we do have counselors we have available for any technical questions. Chris Muirhead, our EDD lawyer, is available if we have any questions with regard to the deal. I don't see any questions at this time, so thank you, Chris, for being here. We do have a floor substitute, Councilor Grout.
Chris Melendres. Julian, can you pop that amendment up on the screen? Somebody?
It is a floor substitute, so it's rather lengthy, right? But we can put it on. I don't know.
There you go. And then, Chris, can you explain it, the substitute, please?
Yes, Council President, Councilor Grout, this floor substitute, the only change is, I think it's in section 9, the payment schedule is filled out. When the ordinance was introduced, that schedule had not been completed. So that has been done, and the payment schedule over the 20 years of the bonds is included. Substantively, it's exactly the same thing that has been introduced and moved forward now with those numbers involved.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I move that we accept this floor amendment.
Councilor, it'll be a floor substitute.
The substitute.
And I'll second that. Well, let's see. You have a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second for the floor substitute. Any further comments? Seeing none. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez. Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone signed up to speak? Okay. We'll Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention and say thank you. I appreciate all the hard work. I know some of these folks have been working on this project for almost 2 years now. Mr. Connie and others. I remember visiting part of this project at the Science and Tech Park way back when with Senator Heinrich and others. It just reminds us how much a big deal science and space are to Albuquerque's economy, and especially in the southeast part of the city. We all have a piece of this, and our city should be very proud. But particularly Councilor Grout and I are very lucky to have the Science and Tech Park, the airport aviation area, Mesa del Sol and others that are really becoming New Mexico's space hub for the next piece of our economy looking forward. This is huge. And that billion with the B number, Danielle, is not insignificant. And Stephen, I want to say your announcement about your other space and your other square footage, I know will be big news in the next couple of days. And it just goes to show you that New Mexico's booming when you lean into what we're good at. And I appreciate everyone for continuing to support that.
All right, thank you, Councilor Davis. And let's see. Next is Rebecca Bill, right, as substituted. And Councilor Grout to close.
Well, this is a bright spot in District 9. This expansion is huge for us in the city, and I urge your support.
Thank you. We'll move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
All right, we'll move to 028, Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, 028, approving a project involving Blue Halo LLC pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance to support renovation, expansion, and improvement of engineering, manufacturing, and training facilities for an integrated technology company in Albuquerque, authorizing the execution of a project participation agreement and other documents in connection with this project. I move it to pass.
And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. And this is the companion bill. Any comments or questions? All right, Councilor Grout to close.
I urge your support. I'm excited for this and for our city. Thank you.
Councilor, thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
All right, next is item F, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you,
Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually a really, really important bill for the citizens of Albuquerque in reference to transparency. And my co-sponsors are Councilor Lewis, Councilor Jones, and Councilor Benton. So thank you very much. I also have spoken to the other councilors, and man, I'm just so excited about making sure that we do the right things for the city of Albuquerque. And R18 is creating a pilot project to test and review a priority-based budgeting approach in the development of an annual operating budget. I move a do pass, and there is an amendment in the iPads.
And I see a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. And we'll go to the amendment. This would be floor amendment number 1, Councilor Sanchez.
On page 3, line 23, replace $2 million with $150,000. This amendment is update the cost implementing priority-based budgeting pilot program. The amount of implementation has since been updated since the initial drafting of the resolution. I think what happened on this one, we actually left in the amount that would cover the entire city and not the pilot project. So this amendment would just clarify that it's the pilot project. And I move a do pass.
All right, there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn for the amendment. And any further discussion on the amendment? If not, Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
All right, we're back on the bill as amended. And councilors, any comments or questions for the sponsors? I want to thank Councillor Sanchez for bringing this forward. And, you know, it's been pretty clear from the staff analysis and everything that this is, you know, government best practice in action. So good stuff, but leave it to Councillor Sanchez to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we're looking at here is just the current deficiencies in the current operating budget. This is something that actually is trending all across the United States in reference to larger cities. It's something that's very, very, very important. One of the things that came to mind is I was a police officer working the Albuquerque Police Department. I remember that there was only 6 line items or so on the police department, but they had so many programs tied to the budget. And this would give us an actual transparent look at every single program and every single program within the city of Albuquerque to determine whether there is a viable need for any of these programs. If there is a good program, we fund it more. If that program is not working, we move that funding or say, hey, look, Mr. Director, that is not working. Get it fixed or we're going to pull the funding. We'll be able to see each and every program in its entirety. Some of the our incremental budget process, we basically start with last year's. Well, we basically start with last year's budget, start from there as a baseline and subtract the technical adjustments such as the salaries, utilities, etc., and then layer on the new services in the issue papers, program numbers, department ID, do not give the true representation of the programs and the services the city provides. It's just important that we know as a city council, since we hold the purse strings of the city, to know what exactly is taking place within that line item and the programs within that line item. You know, so we want to make sure that we get all those questions answered to the services that we as the city are providing and make sure that we're doing it correctly. Not enough detail. There's, you know, in some areas, co-mingling of operating and personal amounts, not enough data to make strategic and well-informed decisions. This was my first budget process the last time we were going through, and there was a lot of confusion in reference to, I noticed every single one of us. And, you know, I honestly feel that I could have had more input if I would have understood the budget better. So I think this is going to help each and every one of us work through the budget in an easier fashion. And I think one of the things that we've been lacking is true program evaluation. And with this, we're going to see it and we're going to know it, and we're going to know where we need to be putting money and where to be taking money away from. And I think this is something that we've been needing for years. And like I said before, we're not the first one to do this. We have examples we can pull from, and we're going to make this work and give the citizens of Albuquerque the clarity and the transparency that they deserve in the city of Albuquerque. Again, this has been a long time coming, and I urge and look forward to everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move on to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeble-Corn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
All right, thank you. Next is item G, Councillor Feeble-Corn, myself, and Councillor Davis, R36. Councillor Feeble-Corn, would you like to?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. This is R36, directing the city administration to develop operating procedures for safe outdoor spaces. I move it to pass.
I'll second that motion. We do have some amendments. We'll get that up on the screen. Go ahead and sponsoring this amendment. This would be floor amendment number 1, and it reads on page 2, line 13, strike contemplates the addition of and replaced with contains. on page 2, line 17, strike may be and replace with are. So that would read that these are really just grammatical cleanups. Safeguards be in place that are beyond the general scope of the IDO. Then number 3 is on page 2, lines 29 and 30. After the word served population, insert and the general population, and insert the word negative before potential impact. So the last 2 lines of section 1 would read operating procedures for safe outdoor spaces that promote the health, safety, and welfare of the served population and the general population, while hoping to mitigate negative potential impacts on the surrounding communities. And then on page 4, on page 3, lines 1 and 2, strike the word or and replace with the word and at the end of the sentence, insert and the general public. So that would read management plans and security agreements to ensure the safety of individuals occupying the designated spaces and the general public. And then on page 3, line 5, strike the word required and replace with to be provided. And so that would read a description of the types of social services and support facilities to be provided in each safe outdoor space. So that's for amendment number 1. Is there a second? The second from Councillor Siebelkorn. Any discussion or questions on the amendment? Councillor Davis? Oh, that was just a second.
It was just a second, Mr. President. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion, councilors, on for amendment number 1? All right, Mr. Ticket to call a vote.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
No.
Councillor Pena. Councillor Pena. Councillor Sanchez.
No.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Amendment 1 passes 7-2.
All right, and I have another brief amendment, but let's see, Councillor Lewis, did you have a question or an amendment?
Yeah, Mr. President, I know you have another amendment. I apologize, but I want to move I want to move a 120-day deferral on the entire bill. So.
Okay, so that would be supersede the motion or supersede the amendment.
Yep.
At this point, there's a motion and a second from Councillor Bassan for a 120-day.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Under the council rules, the max amount of time for deferral is 90 days.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I move a 90-day deferral.
Okay, so that amendment is for a 90-day deferral. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Bassan, is that just your second? Okay. The motion and a second for deferral, 90 days. Councillor Feeblecorn, did you have any comment?
Yes, Mr. President, I did. I just want to raise that, you know, a deferral on this bill means that we will have legally allowable outdoor spaces, safe outdoor spaces, without any rules in place for how they will be put in place. And I don't think that that is what anyone I've spoken to wants. And so I will not support this because I do think it's really important that before there are safe outdoor spaces in place in our community, that we have some sort of rules and protocol in place. Thank you.
Councillor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to defer to Mr. Melendres in reference to that question and reference to what Councillor Feeblecorn just added. If in fact it can be looked at as a deferral.
Mr. President, Councillor Sanchez, if I understand your question correctly in the context, the city council authorized safe outdoor spaces through the IDO. I think there was some recognition that the IDO was not necessarily the ideal document to have very detailed regulations relative to how those types of uses would operate. This resolution proposes that the appropriate city departments come up with those rules for operation. And so absent this bill, the IDO would remain in place, which would authorize upon its effective date, the development of safe outdoor spaces under certain circumstances, regardless of this bill. If this bill passes, then it would also ask the city to come up with operating procedures for those spaces that could help additionally govern some of the fine points that weren't appropriate within the IDO.
So we could still defer this and still actually work through this later.
Mr. President, Councillor Sanchez, you could defer it just to kind of lay out some of the timelines. We anticipate that the IDO as passed, assuming that it goes through all the appropriate hurdles for the rest of this week, will become effective somewhere around August 1st. And so if you were to defer this for 90 days, there would be a window of time between August 1st and the next few weeks during which the city would not have the rules anticipated by this bill in place.
Okay, I just wanted to, what I wanted to do is I'm glad that this is actually being moved for deferral, because I had some rules that I wanted to make sure to add on to this. Earlier, we received a whole set of rules on one of the printouts in reference to safe outdoor spaces, and it looks like some of the things that I was thinking about would still be important, and work through these, because we saw stuff such as a referral process, no violence, no weapons, no substance abuse, no substances, no trading or selling, no fires, no guests, no disruptive behavior, no discrimination. So I think we can add a couple more rules to that, and I hope that administration would listen to some of the rules that we think are important as well.
So we have a couple of other comments, starting with, trying to get my order here. Councillor Lewis, followed by Councillor Davis, followed by Councillor Lassonde.
Mr. President, I think the deferral is appropriate. We have, two pending bills that weren't introduced tonight on a late intro, but my understanding is they will be introduced on the 1st of August. And those bills will put a moratorium on safe outdoor spaces, and the other bill would reverse safe outdoor spaces altogether. Every indication that there's a good chance that this council will support those. So I just think that this specific bill is irrelevant until those other bills are resolved, which we'll see them on August 1st.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what Councilor Fevercourt said. I mean, there's a lot of presumption in the fact that we're assuming that when we all come back in August, that we won't need any rules for these and that they'll be in effect. But I think it's important to remember that just by passing this legislation tonight, directing the administration to go answer the questions that everyone seems to have, is not a bad thing. It doesn't automatically authorize these things. It says, go figure out the answers to the questions that 9 of us sitting in the basement of City Hall till literally 12:30 in the morning could figure out. And so what we've done essentially is say, this is a part of the long-term strategy, and using language from some of the other counselors before, this isn't something we need. If we need to add some language that it more forcefully requires the administration to implement and enforce other rules in the city, I think we can do that. But I think it's disingenuous for us at the council to say we're going to throw this out because there aren't any rules after we specifically passed this and said we need to give all the experts time to develop some rules. There's no danger tonight in letting the administration try to answer some of the questions that we gave them to answer, and then come back in August. And if Councillor Bassan or other councillors' legislation is timely and prepared and ready to go, we can debate whether it's appropriate at that point to defer, to have a moratorium, or to implement the rules that are proposed. But this just seems a little too early to defer, mainly for the reasons Councillor Fevercourt put out. I don't think these will work if we don't have the structure that we need, and by deferring, we're essentially prohibiting that structure. So I think we ought to just let this go, let somebody bring back the rules. If you want to argue about them then, argue about them then. So I will vote against the deferral so that we can use the time in July to let cooler heads prevail and try to have a smarter conversation about this with better details.
Councilor Basang.
Mr. President, thank you. I think that I'm trying to lower my hand now. So the people of Albuquerque do want to know more information about a plan, and yet they don't. And I think that they're at the point where I do think that a plan would be good. But at the same time, it seems to me like everything that we've been hearing is so many people are actually saying that they're really frankly done listening, and that they've made their voices heard in an overwhelming majority, that this is not something that they're interested in doing right now. So I am conflicted on whether or not to proceed with this, because I was hopeful that I would at least get late introduction on the two bills, and that didn't happen. So I am hopeful that we will revisit this in August and we will be able to move forward with the two bills that I want to introduce. Meaning that right now, Safe Outdoor Spaces is not needing to have more planning involved. So I guess my question for the department and the administration is, in order to plan for this, what city resources and how much time and effort are you going to be putting into this between now and August when we vote on these bills? Because if it's the difference between investing a whole bunch of money and department heads' time and a lot of that, then I don't think that we should do that until we know really how the city is going to proceed. And if this is going to be something that ends up being a little bit more minimal than what I assume it should be, then I can understand the argument to proceed with this. But how much time and resources does the administration expect to be giving to this planning process between now and August?
Is there anyone in the administration who would like to address that?
Mr. President and Councillor Hassan, look, we think that these rules are important to have, and as we move forward, the IDO does right now authorize or permit those to occur, assuming everything goes according to plan. And we would dedicate the necessary staff time at the department level to ensure that we get these rules done right. We've now have some experience because of the conversations we're having with neighborhoods as it relates to Gateway. And so the department's done a lot of work already, and we believe we can continue to do more work on this and get a good foundation for setting up these rules. We are obviously very interested in hearing from Councillor Sanchez, who made comments about potentially some thoughts that he has, and from any of you over the course of July, so that we can have some rules in place as quickly as possible. So, we're interested in making sure that we do it and we do it right.
And I see Councilor Lewis has his hand up. I'll let him close on his motion, but I wanted to weigh in first. What harm is there in understanding this concept better prior to August? That would be or coming into August, let's say, that when we do hear that a lot of assumptions are being described and asserted here about what's going to happen in August. I think what's important, though, is also to recognize that, by the way, once the zoning ordinance is in place, even if it's changed later, then it's in place. And people can apply to start one of these. And there are people who claim that they are ready to. Also, religious institutions have special dispensation as far as implementing these with or without all of the IDO rules, and some sort of guidance for any such operation should be in place before anything is proposed. Right now, there's a possibility that, an outside chance, granted, but there's a possibility that something could go into place, as Mr. Melendres described, that would not be under any further direction as to how it's going to be operated, except for general language that's in the IDO in the current version. So I think it's the wrong timeline. I think if we're talking about August, then we're talking about August, but to go 90 days on this is something I can't support, and I think whatever. I mean, I'm sure there were hurt feelings or whatever that we didn't, things didn't go the way we wanted, but at the same time, having clarity about what, the discussion we had earlier tonight provides some clarity, and having additional clarity on how these are properly operated, and not just all the rhetoric that we hear and fear that we've heard about them in the recent past. But Councillor Davis has spoken. I'll let Councillor Grout go first, and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Doesn't this resolution say that the procedures need to be outlined by August 1st? And if we don't have some kind of a procedure in order, then we won't have any kind of control over it. I think it's important that we know, you all know that I'm not a fan of safe outdoor spaces. I'm definitely not a fan of not having any rules or having any clue of how it's going to move forward. So I am too conflicted about this. I think it's important that we have rules in place. I am not a fan of safe outdoor spaces. I do not think they will work, but I also don't want to not have any kind of accountability by the administration either. So those are my 2 cents.
Councillor Lewis.
Mr. President, I'm going to withdraw my deferral. I'm more than willing to vote it down tonight, and you guys can introduce it if you want. After we, after Councillor Bassan's bills are introduced on August 1st. And so I withdraw the motion.
Does the second agree on the withdrawal of the motion? Who seconded it? Councillor Bassan. She does agree. Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn. We're back on the bill. And I was about to make another minor amendment that I think I'm just going to not confuse matters by moving that. So we're back on the bill as amended. And any further discussion? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for clarity, because we've batted around several things right here and now, would you please restate what it is exactly that we're voting on right now? I think it's your legislation, Councilor Bassan. Would you tell us what it is exactly we're voting on?
Mr. President, Councillor Jones, this is not my legislation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this is actually Councillor Jones, this is actually the legislation that would basically just direct the city administration to develop operating procedures for SOSs.
I understand that, but we've gone back and forth between how many days and what's on, which one are we voting for now?
Yeah, I mean, the timelines were sort of interacting with one another, because of the next time we'll be hearing Councillor Bassan's resolutions and ordinance is August 1st. And so that was what the discussion was about the timing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other discussion, councilors? We do have people signed up to speak. The public signed up to speak, so we'll hear from them now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Karen Navarro.
Good evening, President Ben and councilors. My comment is that if the decision to amend zoning for safe outdoor spaces is reversed, then NIMBYism will have won the day and the status quo will continue. I want to say tonight that I am extremely disheartened by the lack of compassion and empathy I have been hearing in much of the public discussion around safe outdoor spaces, and most troubling towards the vulnerable people who are experiencing homelessness and are sleeping outside. Several councilors are arguing for returning to criminalizing homelessness, arresting people for the crime of sleeping outdoors on public land. This is not a realistic solution. MDC is woefully understaffed Yet there's this drum roll to ramp up arrests for people for violating the equivalent of 1950s vagrancies laws, such as overnight camping. We have the ACS department now, and there is no rationale for this. What I advocate for is expanding a continuum of stability options that includes motel rooms and safe outdoor spaces, both options with accompanying supportive services. Once stabilized in a pallet shelter or a motel room with a shower and storage, it's then possible for outreach workers and peer specialists to stay connected, build relationships, and meet with the individuals on a regular basis to offer a path forward. I would like to see our city council and administration work harder to collaborate with our county commissioners to provide these options. You can house a lot more people immediately in a converted motel than you can house with vouchers that aren't accepted in a tight rental market. The city has
Thank you,
already
Karen.
been on
Your
track
time is
with
up.
motel conversions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Larry Sontag.
Good evening, President Benton and councilors. I think, Councilor Pat Davis said it best, where the safe outdoor spaces was passed literally at 12:30 a.m. And, that is not conducive to open government, to transparency. And that's not the way an important issue like this should be dealt with. I encourage you to defer any decision, encouraging, procedures that go to the adjudication of outdoor safe spaces. And I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much for consideration to my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ilsa Bill.
Good evening again. I've been advocating for sanctioned tent communities for years for the following reasons. Sweeps prevent substantive outreach to take place as workers can't locate their clients. Most people need community. And then during natural disasters, FEMA, etc., implement crisis interventions, including informal housing, as an immediate and cost-effective measure. And we certainly have a housing disaster. My main concern with the proposed SOS is that operations are prioritized, thought through, and ultimately funded. R2236 provides this pathway, and therefore I support the resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Lopez.
Fuck, what do I say?
Susan, please proceed with your comments. Susan Lopez, did you still want to provide your comments? Okay, our next speaker will be Rudolph Serrano. Looks like Mr. Serrano's not in the meeting anymore. We did have somebody on a Samsung. That's what their account is labeled. Can you identify yourself, please? I just asked you to unmute. Could you sign up to speak?
Can you hear me there?
Yes, is this Mr. Serrano?
Okay, President Benton, members of the council, members of the city, this is an old issue. We have people that are like mindless but their heart and soul are just as yours and mine. So to be heartless and soulless is definitely not the way that we need to act. We need to just realize reality. This is the new normal. We gave 30% of the middle class to the billionaires, and we're throwing millions to the streets. This is a nationwide problem. So what we can do, and my advice is create a product and profit from it. You know, I'm making these little bikes that have a tent on it, and they love it. The homeless love it. The homeless are our customers. They're not our enemies. They're just like you and I. It could have been Jesus and his apostles. Will you send the police to them? No, we need to help them out. We need to have a heart, but they're gonna move. No matter if you put them in a place, they're not gonna go to that place. Ask them what they want. I tell you what they want because I do ask them. I make the product, I give it to them, and what worked was a bike with a little tent in the back. You know, I can produce them for 1,500, and we can make 300 million nationwide because we have 3 million homeless just to start. So that I'm gonna be talking more to you because this is just coming back, but I have the same problem with my neighbors. They almost kicked me out of the block for bringing my homeless here to the house. And
Thank you, Rudolph. Your time is up.
thank you. All right.
Our next speaker is Selena Lucero.
Hello. Hi. I just wanted to just say that I agree on this bill, to give it a shot. You know, what more can our community lose but to try to help the ones in need and the broken. I heard, I believe it was Louis Sanchez say that you guys were talking about something else about the businesses or what other bills you were talking about, but I heard him mention that that you guys decide whether to pull or to give. And I hope you guys choose to give to this bill and try it out. And I hope and I know that something good will come from it. Thank you.
Mr. President, that'll conclude public comment.
Thank you. We're back on the bill as amended. Any other discussion? Councillor Bassan.
Mr. President, I know that right now it probably doesn't hold much weight with many people, but in order to gain a little bit more trust with my intentions in August, I will not support this.
Councillors, any other comments? We pretty much co-sponsors, I think we pretty much made our argument at this point. And so we will go to vote on the bill as amended. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
No.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis.
Let me get on another phone, Madam Clerk, and I'll be able to reconnect with you.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
No.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis. Councillor Lewis.
Well, no.
Thank you. Councillor Pena.
No.
Councillor Sanchez.
No.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
We went so long, my Bluetooth died. Yes.
That fails on a 4-5 vote.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is R43. This is extending the moratorium established by R21-165 to prohibit cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing uses in the Old Town Historic Protection Overlay Zone until the sooner of October 1st, 2022, or when 2021 IDO annual update becomes effective. I move a due pass. The second from Councillor Davis. Thank you.
Mr. President, actually, I apologize. I can't offer a second. Mr. President, I have to recuse myself from this matter. I work with some cannabis companies who have some disagreements about the impact of this on their business, and so I should recuse myself from this matter.
All right, Councillor Davis will be recused from the vote. Is there a second? Okay, seeing none, and that bill fails for a lack of a second. So we will move on to item I, Councillor Pena and Councillor Feeblecorn, R44.
Thank you, Madam President. R44 is designating the City of Albuquerque's 2022 Congressional Directed Spending Grant applications to the 177th Congress of the United States as federal priorities. I move a do pass, and then we have a floor sub.
There's a motion, and is there a second from Councillor Feeblecorn for the do pass? And we have a floor substitute.
So that should be in your iPads. If you've had an opportunity to read it, Mr. President, then I can talk about the bill just briefly.
You probably want to move the floor substitute first, Councillor Pena.
Oh, I thought I did. Okay. So I'd like to move the floor sub.
Okay, there's a motion and second from Councillor Feeblecorn for the floor sub. We'll go to a vote on that.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
Let's see, you have a procedural motion as well for suspending the rules to allow this to be adopted
Yes.
this evening.
Yes. I was just waiting for you to call on me, Mr. President.
Okay, so that's.
So then I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing R44 to be adopted the same evening as it's substituted.
And there's a second from Councillor Feeblecorn. So this is on the suspension of rules requiring 2/3 of councils present. And if no other comments, we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
Councillor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the resolution, I just want to really start by, I think we've really worked hard on it. I see Tom Anakuchi. Well, Tom, let me have you explain the bill first, and then I'll just kind of give my comments afterwards.
Yes, Mr. President, Councillor Pena, members of the council, basically under the city ordinances, the council passes a federal priorities bill every year. However, with the introduction of earmarks, the earmarks, call for earmarks comes out after we pass the bill, which is usually done at the end of the year. It comes out early in the next year. So we just have to do a follow-up bill to put in as priorities our earmarks, because when we do put in the earmarks to the Congress, a file for these earmarks, they do request that they do be part of policy, which means we have to adopt a resolution. So this just basically adds that list on this one there, and that is the purpose for the bill.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President. So thank you, Tom. I just want to say, I want to thank everybody who is on the RGR committee. I think it's just such a really good group of people just trying to make sure that we kind of get a handle on all our priorities. As we all know, we have 9 city council districts and the mayor, and we all have lots and lots of priorities within our respective districts. So, putting this list together is always a bit of a challenge, but, there's projects that have regional significance citywide, and just really projects in the community that are going to help, that are going to benefit all of our constituencies. A few of the projects listed are the Alameda Little League, the Albuquerque Police Department mobile training, and I'm just giving a few examples: the criminal investigation technology, emergency operations, the Gibson Center, and then we have obviously the Route 66 interpretive enhancements, tramway landscaping. So lots of projects, a youth center, violence intervention programs. So there's a lot of projects in here that are going to have a lot of positive impact on the city of Albuquerque. And I just appreciate everybody who put it together, our city staff, the administration, all your input, and obviously all the folks from the committee. So with that, I would urge your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, there is a motion and a second. We'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Fiebelkorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on R44 substituted.
All right, next is Councillor Bassan, R47.
Mr. President, R47 is appropriating funding from the second tranche of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for the purposes of pandemic response, pandemic recovery investments, and support for vulnerable populations. I move a do pass.
And I'll second that motion. We have a number of amendments. And we'll start with Councillors Fiebelkorn and Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor Amendment 1 would, and I have an amendment to the amendment, but we'll get it up here. Floor Amendment 1, the goal here is to move some funds into our youth homeless shelter that Councilors Grout, Bassan, and I have been working on. I would like to amend what's on the screen to say that on page 2, we would delete line 10 and make the youth shelter on line 16 be 3.7 million. And then on page 3, we would change the Gibson Health Hub $10 million amount to $6,700,000. So we're just changing where we're getting the additional 2.2 million for the youth homeless shelter project.
Did you get that? Could you kind of restate that, Councilor?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So on page 2, delete line 10, which is 2.2 million. Move that 2.2 million to line 16, youth shelter, for a total of the direct payments in this section to the youth shelter, $3,700,000. And then on page 3, instead of changing 10 million to 4,500,000, you would change it to 6,700,000.
All right. We've got that. Any further discussion? Councillor Jones and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have an amendment to R2247. I assume this would be floor amendment number 2.
Well, we haven't passed floor amendment number 1 yet.
Okay.
Floor
amendment. Do you want to
So-
pass 1 first?
Yeah, so,
I will second that motion.
well, hang on, we're still on floor amendment number 1, and it's been moved and seconded, and if there are no more questions about it, we'll go to a vote.
Mr. President.
Yes, meeting room, whoever is speaking.
Mr. President, this is Lawrence. Just wanted to express our appreciation to Councillor Fiebelkorn for working with us on this amendment. We we wanted to have a little bit of flexibility as it relates to the funding available for phase 2 of Gibson, and this amendment does that. The youth shelter is also an important piece of the work that we're doing on homelessness, and so we support that in their effort as well. So we thank you for that, Councilor People.
All right, we're back on the amendment. There's no further discussion. We'll go to a vote on amendment number 1.
Councillor Basan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
All right, then we're back to Councillor Jones for floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is also moving a little bit of money out of that. And it is on page 3, after line 8, insert the following. Food security, transfer from Fund 110, $250,000. On page 3, line 10, change the amount from 10 million to 9,750,000. Of course, that will be adjusted a little bit depending on what happens. And the reason I'm putting forth this amendment because it redirects 250,000 from the Gibson Health Hub infrastructure phase 2 to providing funds to combat food insecurity in the city. Food insecurity is specifically addressed as an eligible use of ARPA funds.
All right, there's a motion and a second from Councillor Davis. Any discussion? Councillor Basan.
Based on amendment 1, whatever.
Mr. President, I'm just wondering I'm all for addressing and helping out with food insecurity, but what does that mean when it comes to allocating funding to somewhere, or how does that look?
Councillor.
The idea is, of course, is to give it to aid one of the shelters or the facilities, the people who help to feed the helps.
Mr. President, Councillor Jones, would it be acceptable to add in the name of said facilities rather than just saying funding for food insecurity? I'm worried that will get lost in some mix at some point.
We could be to restock the food banks, whatever you would like. There are several ways to do it here. Whatever, I don't have a specific charity for it. There are so many that are feeding the homeless that I would be happy to put to however you would like to do it.
Mr. President, if it would be okay, does the administration have any preferred location? I don't feel comfortable just saying we're gonna give it to food insecurity.
Yeah, Councillor, I
that's
think we have
quite
Mr.
vague.
Menyse available to perhaps answer a question about it for you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Menyse, I think, drafted the bill.
I think I have that right now. I just got a text. It is said specifically that it would be going to CNM because they are, this is one of the things that they do. They are the specific organization.
The community college.
Yes.
And I see Mr. Menyse on there, so just bear with me, Councillor Basan, and then let's hear from Mr. Menyse and then get back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Benton, Councillor Jones, we received a specific request from CNM and their food bank to use ARPA funds to help restock their food bank to address the food insecurity issue. And so since this is eligible through ARPA, we put forth the amendment to, fulfill the request. The request actually was for $1 million, but with this late in the game, we figured this is what we could do at this time at this amount of money. So specifically, it is for CNM and their food bank program.
Thank you. Councillor Basan.
Mr. President, I would be in full support of this if we make sure to add that into this amendment so that the allocation is specific.
I would have no problem with that, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you.
So we will, administratively, we will specify that this will be going to the CNM Food Bank.
Yes, please.
All right. So we'll consider that a friendly amendment. So let's see, any other discussion with this amendment number 2?
I urge your support. This is an important facility. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez, Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 2.
All right, that passes. And then we have one more amendment from Councillor Sanchez. This will be amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 3, on page 3, after line 4, insert the following: Finance and Administrative Support Services Fund 305, Priority-Based Budgeting, transfer from Fund 110, 150,000. On page 3, line 10, change the amount from 10 million to 985 million. Explanation: this amendment appropriates 150,000 from the second tranche of our ARPA funds for the priority-based budgeting pilot program as noted in resolution R2218 per the U.S. Treasury final rule. The U.S. Treasury clarified recipients may use ARPA funds to use and implement new technology and tools to effectively develop, execute, and evaluate programs. I urge your support.
All right, we have a motion, and did we get a second on that? I'll second that motion. Councillor Grout seconded it before I did. So you have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on floor amendment number 3? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Okay, are we back, I believe? It was on Councillor Sanchez for amendment number 3.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 3.
All right, we are back on the bill as amended. Councillor Feeblecorn, you get your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to verify I got 2 texts after the amendment that I passed and both had different understandings. So I just wanted to verify that the amendment, floor amendment 1 on this bill did 4 things. It deleted original line 10. It changed line 16 to 3,700,000. It, on page 2, changed line 10 to 6,700,000. And it inserted a new line under Family and Community Services for Youth Homeless Shelter of $3,300,000. I just verify that that was what the note takers got.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm getting a nod there. So.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, so we're back on the bill as amended. Any further discussion? Councillor Bassan to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your support.
We'll go to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councillor Lewis.
I'd like to revisit R43. I'm sorry. Yes, R43, and I'd like to provide a second for you on that bill if you'd like to move it.
All right, we'll go back to R43 and get that taken care of. Hopefully, the R43 is moved and seconded. This is the extending the moratorium on cannabis retail in Old Town until October 1st, 2022, or when the 2021 IDO annual update becomes effective, the sooner of those two dates. So that is a motion and a second. Any discussion, councilors? This is really simply to, this is a moratorium that has been in place. This would just keep it in line with the enactment of the IDO. Any other discussion? If not, I urge your support and we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
No.
Councillor Davis,
I have to recuse, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Councillor Feeblecorn,
No.
Councillor Grout,
You're muted, Councillor Brown.
Councillor Grout,
All right, yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
That passes 6-2.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lewis. We'll go back then to item K, R49. It's Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam, thank you, Mr. President. R49 amends the CIP program in the city of Albuquerque by approving new project supplemental for appropriations and changing the scopes of those existing ones. I move it to pass. Mr. President, I believe you're muted.
Let's see, we have a second on that from Councillor Bassan.
Thanks. I believe we have a floor substitute, Mr. President. It is available, I believe, in the iPads, and so I would move the floor sub for R49.
And I will second that motion, Councillor. So we have the floor substitute up. Any discussion on that? I'm assuming this is what exactly this is doing.
Yes, Mr. President, I don't believe there's anything unusual about this.
Number tweaking. Okay, so there's a motion and a second for the substitution. Is there taken?
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
All right, we're back on the bill as substituted. Councillor
Mr.
Day.
President, this item is by request, but I urge your support.
Let's see, we're, I had a note,
I'm sorry.
a note for possible deferral, just to be clear.
Mr. President, there are some state funds that are a part of this cleanup bill, and we would request that if you would like to pass it tonight, we should, just given the fact that it takes some time to get the state dollars through the Department of Finance. So if you all are inclined to do so, it would be a good idea.
All right, I just saw that on our script, there was a possible deferral. So if there's none by the sponsor or anyone else, we'll move to a vote on the bill. I'll call on Councillor Davis to close.
Again, Mr. President, this is by request, so I guess the administration urges your support.
Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Next is item L. This is my sponsorship. R50. This is adopting the El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro National Historic Trail Development Concept Plan. I move it do pass. And there's a second from Councilor Davis. Thank you. Is there anyone signed up to speak? Councilors, this is a community-wide effort involved the administration of the Parks and Recreation Department and Open Space and involved in it, as well as the Bernalillo County. This is for the Camino Real Trail Plan within Bernalillo County. So it's all the way from way down south to way up north and 2 or 3 different alignments. We had a presentation on it, I believe 2 or 3 meetings back, or 2 meetings back, and by one of our colleagues, Richard Meadows from the county. And it's an exciting project, celebrates our culture, really good stuff. And I would urge your support. If there's any comments or questions, getting late. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
All right. Last but not least, Councilor Davis, R55.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a matter some of the councils heard before. R55 simply extends the state of enforcement of the Albuquerque Taxpayer Consumer Rights Ordinance. This is an ordinance that was passed kind of hurriedly during the pandemic. It needs a little tweak. And so the council extended or issued a stay of enforcement intended for the end of this year. That new bill is currently pending with city legal, and we'll have it back for August. And so this would extend that stay for time for the council to consider that. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. Any other folks signed up to speak? And Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm unclear on this, why it's taking so long to get the necessary amendments. Can someone speak to the background on this?
Mr. President, I think I can probably speak best to this, and happy if the administration wants to weigh in as well. There's not a disagreement that there needs to be some tweaks. The original bill as presented by the administration, to be blunt, as the sponsor by request at the time, just didn't get the right vetting. It wasn't enforceable. It had some language that didn't apply to the state of New Mexico, and overregulated some people that we didn't have the jurisdiction to regulate. There's not disagreement on that. However, there needs to be a better process with the city legal, with the new administration's second term, about how to create a civil enforcement protocol. And we have a new city attorney now who can weigh in on that, and that's been part of the delay. The industry also just wrapped up their big tax season, and so they haven't participated. It's not anticipated that we won't get this done. It's just a matter of moving all these pieces and getting the right people so that we didn't have to come back a third time.
So, Mr. President, is the intention that the revised bill will come back to be introduced on August 1st?
That, Mr. President, that is the intention. The draft is currently circulating, and I'm happy to share that with Councilor Feeblecorn, and Ms. Couladon can certainly do that. She's already drafted it. We're happy to do that, and would love for your input. It just so happened that we're not able to get into the committee system in time, and I felt like it wasn't appropriate to try to do this on immediate action without some conversation tonight. So I'll take the fall on this one and say we just got busy with 1,000 other things, and we're waiting on the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President, Councilor Davis. I just, when the New Mexico Center for Law and Poverty comes to a meeting and says that they don't like a bill, it really makes me pay attention, and it makes me nervous. So I'm fine with supporting a deferral, but we do need to move on this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. President, it is not my intention to repeal this bill. It's my intention to get it right and have an enforceable bill by the time we get to tax season this year. And the administration seems to support that, unless they tell me differently now in front of everybody else.
All right, we have questions and comments from Councillor Bassan, followed by Councillor Lewis.
Mr. President, my apologies. I should have removed my hand as Councillor Feeblecorn had
All right.
addressed my concern.
Councillor Lewis.
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, I think you kind of answered this. I was going to suggest, obviously it's your bill, and I was going to suggest just to maybe withdraw this, and it seems like it's starting over. But I would ask if the industry's, I mean, you say you have a new draft. I mean, has the industry been involved in it? Is there support from the industry on it? I know they've been supporting a moratorium on it, and have had a lot of issues with this, with this bill. And so I guess I want to ask what the draft does, and if it's worth starting over or amending this.
Mr. President, if that's to me, Councilor Lewis, the short answer is yes, the industry's been very involved. They actually helped draft some of the new amendments. They understand that our intent is not to repeal the entire law, but to make it usable. They have made some amendments that would help us do the upfront notices and help create the civil enforcement that we're talking about. And so I'd be happy, I have no objection to Ms. Fluid sharing that with you or any other counselor. It is drafted and ready. I just didn't feel comfortable trying to ask for immediate action tonight on it. The industry's weighed in, and I felt like the new city attorney needed to do so as well, since it would be under her office. But absolutely, and I would encourage you to speak with them, and would be happy to share some of those conversations with you as well.
All right, any other questions, councilors, or comments? All right, Councillor Davis Clove.
Urge support.
And we'll go to a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councillor Grout,
Yes.
Councillor Jones, Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
9-0.
All right, thank you. There being no further business, this city council meeting is adjourned.